This hearing on the Committee on Accountability of Public Officers, or otherwise known as the Blue Ribbon Committee, is now in order. With our apologies, we were doing two major hearings today. Welcome, Commissioner, Chairman. And a lot of us are a bit tired because these are some of the hectic days in a senator's life. Budget time, investigations, and committee meetings. So I hope you can bear with us. In the meantime, I will let the Director General of the Blue Ribbon Committee introduce the resource persons so that they can be placed under oath.
If I may proceed, Mr. Chair.
Please go.
Currently present are the Honorable Janet Garin, Representative Iloilo 1st District. From the Commission on Audit, Director Cleotilde Toazon. Corporate Government Sector 2, Attorney Marlon Marquina. Can you raise your hand if you're here?
When your name is called, kindly raise your hand or stand up so that we will know who you are. Marlon Marquina is over there. Okay, go ahead.
Rebecca Ragsag.
Okay.
Attorney Reynado Darang.
Can you tell us the position also?
Mr. Attorney Darang is COA Auditor for PhilHealth. From the Department of Health, Dr. Francisco T. Duque, the third Secretary. USEC Mario Villaverde. From the Professional Regulation Commission, PRC, Attorney Teofilo Pilando. From the BIR, Representative Attorney Roberto Bakiran, Director 3.
Bobby. Bobby, are you here? I saw him a while ago. There you go.
Yeah. From the National Bureau of Investigation, Attorneys Catherine Camposano Remigio and Minerva Retanal, Executive Officer, Anti-Fraud and Action Division. NBI. From the PhilHealth, Brigadier General Ricardo C. Morales, AFP, retired, President and CEO. Mr. Ruben John Basa, Executive Vice President and COO.
Where is Mr. Basa?
There, sir. Yun, tumayo.
You go forward here. Yung mga page, pakiayos nyo nga para nakikita sila, no? Stop scampering. I think you know all the guests. Just make sure that they're seated properly. My staff should have a seating arrangement, please.
Mr. Renato Linciaco Jr., Senior Vice President, Fund Management.
Of PhilHealth?
Of PhilHealth, sir. All of the following will be from PhilHealth. Mr. Israel Francis Pargas, Senior Vice President, Health Finance Policy Sector. There. Ms. Nerissa Santiago, Acting SVP and Concurrent VP Data Protection Officer. Mr. Rodolfo Del Rosario, Senior Vice President, Office of the Senior Vice President, Legal Sector. Mr. Dennis Mas, Senior Vice President, Management Services Sector. Mr. Alfredo Pineda, the second, Area Vice President, Office of the Area Vice President for Area 1. Mr. Alfredo Pineda, Area Vice President, Office of the Area Vice President for Area 1. Mr. Jerry Ibay, Regional Vice President, CAR. Alberto Manduriao, Regional Vice President, Regional Office 1.
Where is he?
There, sir. Arsenia Torres, Acting Regional Vice President, Regional Office 2. There. Elizabeth Fernandez, Regional Vice President, PhilHealth Regional Office 3. There. Gregorio Rulioda, Area Vice President, Area Vice President for Area 2. Edwin Orinia, Regional Vice President, PhilHealth Regional Office 4A. Paulo Johan Perez, Regional Vice President, PhilHealth Regional Office 4B. Cirilo Balbaceda, Acting Regional Vice President, PhilHealth Regional Office 4B. Hilda Salvacion Diaz, Vice President, PhilHealth Regional Office NCR. Walter Bacaresa, Area Vice President for Area 3. John, there.
Area 3 is Region 3? Dapat sabihin ko anong
Okay. Area 3 is Visayas, Your Honor. So, Janet Monteverde, Acting Regional Vice President, Regional Office 6. Lourdes Dioxon, Regional Vice President, Regional Office 7. William O. Chavez, Regional Vice President, Regional Office 7. Willie Chavez.
is here. May I make a suggestion? All the regional officers, please occupy the center space on a numerical order, Region 1, Region 2, Region 3, or whatever it is, so that we can easily find you. Please go ahead now. Some of you will have to vacate if you're not really part of the investigation. But go ahead. By region, please. Region 1, 2, 3, or Area 1, 2, 3, whatever it is. So some of you are outside in the periphery, so we want to know. They can occupy the VIP area if you want to. Go ahead.
Leo Douglas V. Cardona, Regional Vice President, Regional Office 8. There. Clementine Bautista, Area Vice President for Area 4.
Mr. Cardona, I just said go into the VIP area. Don't go into the audience. Don't disappear. Go ahead.
Eduardo Gonzalez, Regional Vice President, Region 9. Mr. Masiding Alonto Jr., Regional Vice President, Regional Office 10. Emily Roque, Regional Vice President, Regional Office 11. Dennis Adre, Regional Vice President, Regional Office 12. There. Kalikuzaman Bakabato, Regional Vice President, PhilHealth Regional Office ARMM. There. Jonathan Mangawang, Corporate Secretary. Valerie Ann Holiero, Assistant Corporate Secretary. There. John Cueto, Fact-Finding Investigation and Enforcement Department.
Who is he?
John Cueto.
Where's Mr. Cueto?
Cueto.
Cueto. Mr. Cueto is not here. Eh, sinasabi ko siya, papasukin mo lahat yan.
There, Mr. Cueto.
National officers, please come here. Regional officers at the back, national officers on the first line here. Go ahead.
Gelbert Galicto, Legal Officer, PhilHealth Regional Office, Caraga. Delio Aceron, II, Local Health Insurance Office of Valenzuela.
Where's Delio?
From the GOCCs, Attorney Samuel Dagpin Jr. Okay.
Yeah.
Dr. Roy Ferrer, Master of Science, former President and CEO of PhilHealth. Roy Ferrer. Dr. Celestina Jub de la Serna, former President and CEO of PhilHealth.
Is she here? Inday de la Serna, are you here? She's not here.
ko nakagreen. Dr. Anthony Liachon, former Director of PhilHealth. Dr. Joan Christine Liban Lareza, former Board Member, PhilHealth. Dr. Roberto Salvador. Dr. Lareza.
Can you sound off, please? Can you just say here? I just said say here.
Gloria Amor Segueto, former Regional Vice President, PhilHealth Regional Office 12. Dr. David Harold Gossian.
No wonder we cannot connect because you don't even know how to say we're here or we're present. Thank you.
Dr. David Harold Gossian Fiao. Mr. Ken Sarmiento, former head POEA PhilHealth Office.
Again. Again. See it? Again. Read it again. Yeah.
Ken. There. That's the last search. Meron pa akong dalawa. Dr. Rustico Jimenez, President, Private Hospital Association of the Philippines, and Commissioner Greco Belgica, Presidential Anti-Corruption Commission.
Thank you. I will administer the oath. Will you all please stand up, those of you who are called, so that the Director General can administer the oath of office. Or not the oath of office, sorry, the oath. Hilo na talaga. Go ahead.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this investigation? Thank you, Mr. Chief.
Thank you. Let the record say that all those who are here are administered the oath. With your permission and the permission of my colleagues here, let me just make a preliminary statement, after which Senator Bongo will also make a preliminary statement as the Committee on Health. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We call this meeting to order. We have already had one meeting. This is the second public hearing of the Committee on Accountability of Public Officers and Investigations, or the Blue Ribbon Committee, jointly with the Committee on Health and Demography. On the part of the Committee of the Blue Ribbon, we call it to order, as I have done before. I just wanted to make it formal. We have Senator Lacson, Senator Dillon, and Senator Ronald The Rock De La Rosa. That's spelled D-A-R-A-K. I'm just trying to have some levity here because we're all under severe stress. This afternoon, we will continue the investigation on the anomalies surrounding the Philippine Health Insurance Corporation. I'd rather say the alleged anomalies. I don't want to prejudge. Or PhilHealth and the Department of Health, to the prejudice of the country's national health care insurance and universal health care. First, issues on the alleged fraudulent medical claims at PhilHealth under proposed resolution number 3, authored by Senator Sonny Angara. The second, the matters contained in the privileged speech of Senator Pambilo M. Lacson, entitled PhilWealth and Department of Wealth, delivered on July 29, 2019, which emphasized the following key points. PhilHealth is bleeding dry, quotes unquote, that its financial deficit spirals out of control, and that its operating income from 2013 to 2017 continues to be at the negative level. 2, the PhilHealth fund viability, membership, collections, and investments are not looking good, as shown in its actuarial valuation report of 2016. 3, the performance scorecard shows that it gained an overall score of 47.82% from the Governance Commission for GOCCs, which is disturbingly lower than the target score of 90%. 4, the issue on conflict of interest of Health Secretary Francisco Duque III. Third, issues on the widespread corruption and mismanagement in PhilHealth under proposed resolution number 62, authored by Senator Leila de Lima. It is worthy to note that PhilHealth is mandated to provide health insurance coverage and accessible healthcare services for all citizens of the Philippines. It is one of the most novel, although not new, but certainly novel in the Philippines, that we now have public health insurance, so they don't depend on the largesse of politicians and they don't depend on the charity of our relatives. This is an institutional turning point that I think is one of the best legislations ever crafted in the country so far, equal to SSS, GSIS, and other welfare legislation. It is therefore important that we protect the fund. If we do not protect the fund, we make people suffer. If you steal, you don't steal from the government alone. You steal from somebody who is very vulnerable, who needs support to be able to make sure that he can have a reasonably good health, insurance that will give him support in time of need. And so therefore, this committee will take umbrage and severe umbrage if we discover any anomalies in this particular instance. It is tasked to supervise the provision of health benefits and set standards, rules, and regulations necessary to ensure quality of care, appropriate utilization of services, fund viability, member satisfaction, and overall accomplishment of its program activities. Kinakailangan po may responsibility ang mga PhilHealth officials na ang pondo ay talagang secure at para sa ganoon magamit ng maayos. Dito ay kailangan talagang nababantayan, monitor, tuwid-tuwid na, buwan-buwan kung necessary, week-to-week necessary, and every employee of PhilHealth dapat ay talagang responsibility niya na talagang pangalagaan yung pondo sapagkat sakit ng kalingkingan, sakit ng buong katawan. So napakahalaga po ng ating pag-uusapan dito because meron na naging investigasyon dito yung nakaraan Blue Ribbon Committee under then Secretary Senator Gingona on the matter of cataracts, which where as you know, nawawala ng vision. It appears that you've still not regained your vision kung totoo lahat ng allegations nito. So, importante yung vision, malaman natin yung vision kung saan tayo pupunta. Sapagkat pag nawala ito, talaga masasaktan ang ating bayan, mga kababayan natin. Formulate, implement guidelines on contributions and benefits, portability of benefits, healthcare provider, arrangements, payment, methods, and referral systems. I go by 5 Fs in my life as chairman of Subic Bay or mayor of Olongapo or for that matter, like chairman of tourism or even the office. 5 Fs. Focus tayo sa tulong sa tao. Fast, mabilis tayong tumulong. Friendly, walang kurakot. Flexible para talagang maayos natin na hindi tayo basta-basta kikilos na masama para hindi masasaktan. And always forward-looking, endeavoring to help and to make sure we improve the service. Your Senate and your Congress has already approved another bill here that enhances this. This is the Universal Health Insurance Initiative. And we are raising taxes in cigarettes, in liquor, para sa ganoon makaagapay tayo dito. At the same time, kailangan rin magkaroon na rin ang pagkakataon na ang tao ay tutulong sapagkat hindi ho lahat ay palaasa ang tao. Kailangan magsisilbi tayo na tayo magkukontribute sapagkat dapat matutuhan natin na pag tayo nag-contribute, mas marami tayong biyaya na matatanggap dahil sa buhat ng lahat. Hindi lamang pag-asa ng ilang mga tao lamang na tayo ay magiging parang the new colonials na tayo ay pinapaasa ng mga dating colonial governments na nakaraan. Tayo ngayon ay lalabas na meron tayong talagang self-help, self-reliance, and cooperation. So mga kasama, indeed, the PhilHealth has been established for all the right reasons and as government mechanism to assist our people in their times of need. When I was studying the history of government, I had a few economic subjects and I remember minimize expenses, maximize revenues. In the PhilHealth case, we have to minimize expenses, minimize fraud, maximize services, and make sure that the fund lasts. That's what I expect PhilHealth to do, and I'm sure all the senators do also, plus their own views on the matter. Having said that, kailangan po na malaman natin kung ano nangyayari dito sa PhilHealth. What has become of it? What has become of the fund? Bakit maraming complaints? Bakit may mga complaints na mayroong mga posisyon na hindi matanggal-tanggal yung tao? Bakit yung iba hindi nakakakolekta ng premiums? Bakit yung iba walang nakakasuhan? At makikita po natin yung mamaya sapagkat nag-aral rin po yung staff at nagpapasalamat ako sa staff namin sa Blue Ribbon at saka sa staff ko sa Senado na talagang pati yung staff ni Senator Go, and I'm sure all the senators, and we're very proud of this Senate. You just saw what happened last night. Lahat ng mga senador, you can assure, will be actively pursuing the truth here para sa ganon makakalamang ang tao. With this in mind, let us now start this, I would like to say, kindly, rather than this investigation, this discussion. But of course, this will always be the overarching emphasis here, to investigate whether indeed there has been malfeasance, misfeasance, and nonfeasance on our part. Now, I'd like to call on the Chairman of the Committee on Health, who would like to make a preliminary statement, the Right Honorable Christopher Christbearer Bongo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
You may call the Committee to order of Health.
Wala akong pamukpok.
Bale, ako na pupupok. Sabihin mo lang, it's an order.
Kindly, sir.
In behalf of the Committee on Health Secretary, the Chairman of the Committee on Health, he calls it to order on the part of the Committee on Health. Go ahead.
Joint pala to. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Alam naman po natin na lahat ay nababalot ngayon ng kontrobersya ang PhilHealth. Napakaraming aligasyon tungkol sa maling paggamit ng pondo na dapat ay para sa mga nangangailangan. Hindi ito bago, hindi rin ito unang pagkakataon na nasasangkot ang PhilHealth. Pero kung noon ay nakakalusot kayo, ngayon hindi na. Ngayon sisiguraduhin ko na mananagot ang kailangan managot, kakasuhan ang dapat kasuhan, at makukulong ang dapat na makulong. Noon, pag may gagawing investigasyon, wala pa pong nangyayari, walang resulta dahil nagtuturuan lang ang mga sangkot. Hindi, napakaraming rason, wala namang solusyon. Sawang-sawa na po ang sambayan ng Pilipino sa mga problemang tulad nito, kahit na po ang ating Pangulo ay talagang exasperated na po sa korupsyon sa iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno. Sana po ay tulungan po natin si Pangulong Duterte. Habang patuloy tayong nagsisikap na mapabuti ang kalagayan at kalusugan ng ating mga kababayan, may mga tao na sumisira sa ating mga pinaghihirapan. Inuulit ko, pera ng taong bayan ang pondo ng PhilHealth. Galing yan sa mga taong nagpapakahirap sa trabaho at umaasang mabigyan ng maayos na serbisyo kapag sila ay nagkakasakit. Ang pera ng PhilHealth members ay dapat ibalik sa kanila. Pera ng mga may sakit, ninanakaw pa ng mga iilan. Araw-araw, daan-daang libong kababayan natin nakaratay sa ospital at nasa bingit ng kamatayan at sila'y umaasa sa PhilHealth, tapos kayo na nakawin nyo lang. Ulitin ko, managot ang dapat managot, tanggalin ang dapat tanggalin, kasuhan ang dapat kasuhan, ikulong ang dapat ikulong. Humihingi po ako ng tulong sa mismong Chairman ng Commission on Audit. Sir, thank you for coming, Chairman Aguinaldo. I urge you to conduct a special audit and submit your findings to the Ombudsman. Gumawa po kayo ng audit para malaman natin kung sino ang mga salarin. As Filipinos, isa lang po tayo sa pagsugpo ng graft and corruption. Magtulungan po tayo. The Presidential Anti-Corruption Commission and the National Bureau of Investigation are here. Please get to the bottom of this mess. Huwag kayong mahihiyang sabihin kung sino talaga ang nasa likod ng kalokohang ito. Kahit sino pa ang taong ito, karapatan ng taong bayan malaman ang katotohanan. Narito ang Department of Justice. Kasuhan po ninyo ang dapat kasuhan. No one is above the law. Finally, I challenge the leadership of General Morales, sir. I know you are a man of integrity, kaya po ikaw ang napili ng ating mahal na Pangulo. We trust that you will be able to weed out corruption and the corrupt officials and employees in the agency. Malaki ang responsibilidad na nakasalalay sa iyo, especially with the implementation of the universal health care. Napakalaki po ng pondo na nasa inyong mga kamay. Kung gusto natin maayos na healthcare, kailangan nating maayos ang PhilHealth. Heads already rolled. Don't wait for the bodies to sprawl. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Para lalong luminaw, kasi kumisan nakapokus tayo sa mga expose, gusto ko muna sandali lang to bear with me na makita natin lahat ang dapat nating ayusin. Una po, ang isang nakita namin dito ay kailangan pag-aralan ang case rates. Kailan ba huling ni-review kung akma ba ang mga case rates ngayong panahon na ito? Dahil siyempre nagbabago. Yung case rate po ay yung talagang akdang ibabayad ng gobyerno ng PhilHealth sa bawat sakit. Tama ho ba yung aking description? Okay. Hindi ba mas mainam na taon-taon para hindi tayo nagbabayad ng mataas at mailaan ang pera kung saan kinakailangan? Makikita niyo yung mamaya, iba naniningil ng pneumonia napakataas, iba naniningil ng katarata napakataas at nakakagulat. Matagal na itong problema ito pero hindi natin nasusundan. Meron pa ho tayo dito na mga gusto kong palabas lamang dito kahit paano ay tinatawag natin kung magkamisan ay ito ang ating diseases sa ating bansa. Yung 10 biggest diseases. Pwede mo palabas yun? At makikita nyo, pero ang nakokolekta sa PhilHealth ay hindi match. There's something wrong. Right away, makikita mo may usok na kagad doon. Can you show it? Bear with us because ito tuloy-tuloy ang trabaho namin pero hindi na makakipa. Mapapakita niyo ba? Ito ba? Top 10 leading causes of mortality in the Philippines. Diseases of the heart. Hindi yung Valentine's Day heart yan. Diseases of the heart, diseases of the vascular system, malignant neoplasms or cancer. Number 4, pneumonia. Number 5, accidents. Number 6, TB. Number 7, chronic low respiratory diseases. Number 8, diabetes mellitus. Or mellitus ba yan? Or mellitus. Nephritis, nephrotic syndrome, and nephrosis. 10 certain conditions originating in the perinatal period. Secretary Duque, can you help me out? Anong ibig sabihin itong disease of the heart, heart attack? Mga ganon, di ba? Kumakapal yung mga plaque, di ba?
Tama po kayo.
Pangalawa, diseases of the vascular system. Ano yan?
Ganon din po yan. Ay, meron pong
High blood?
hypertension, high blood. At,
Para maintindihan ng tao.
Yan po.
Malignant neoplasms, cancer, pneumonia, accidents, dalas yan, tuberculosis. Kaya kailangan tumaas ba ang rate natin ng paggamot ng TB? Hindi bumababa, hindi tumataas, no? 7, chronic lower respiratory diseases. Ano ho yan?
Ito yung mga sakit sa baga at ito po yung mga chronic obstructive pulmonary diseases sa pagka-paninigarilyo ng matagal o expose sa mga usok. Ito po ang napipiligrong bahagi ng ating baga.
Alright, okay. Diabetes, sobrang tamis. Alam mo naman siguro. Yes, Dr. Lechon.
Mr. Chair.
Please proceed. Go ahead to the point.
Okay. I first noticed this, sir, on the third year of my appointment, that there's a disparity between the claims being processed and paid by PhilHealth.
No. I'm just delineating
this one.
first.
Nephritis, sir, yun yung mga sakit ho at pamamaga po ng kidneys. Laan ho, kasama na ho dyan effect ng diabetes. And then yung condition sa pagpapaanak po, marami po ring namamatay doon at saka mga bata po na namamatay during delivery po.
Pero sa kabila naman ngayon, ito yung sinisingil sa PhilHealth, parang malaman ng tao, no?
Yes, sir.
Number 1, sa kaliwa, community, kanan ko sa kaliwa ninyo. Number 1, community-acquired pneumonia. Ang ginastos dyan, 10.9 billion. Alright? acute gastroenteritis, 2 billion. Urinary tract infections, 2 billion. Dengue, hemorrhagic fever, tumaas ang dengue talaga, 1.5 billion. Other acute gastritis, 794 million. Bronchial asthma in acute exacerbation, 1,141,000. Hypertension, stage 2, 1 million. Essential hypertension, malignant hypertension, 1 billion. Dengue, bakit dalawa ang dengue rito? Hemorrhagic fever, hemorrhagic, dalawa. Warning signs yung isa. Yung isa without warning signs, 918 million. 938 million, sorry, and bacterial sepsis of newborn, 1.1 billion. Sa mga tweet, yan ang mga sakit ng mga kwan. Ewan ko, may oras tayo magsabi sa vernacular yung mga sakit na yan. Pwede ba mabilis lang, Mr. Duque? Dr. Duque?
Well, yung pneumonia ho, ibig sabihin po niyan may infeksyon sa baga, community-acquired pneumonia.
Alam na natin yung pneumonia.
Yung hindi ko po makita masyadong maliit.
Acute gastroenteritis.
Acute gastroenteritis, na pananakit ng tiyan na may mga could be bacterial more often than not. No? So, pananakit ng tiyan. UTI, infeksyon ng bladder at saka pag-iihi at dengue, hemorrhagic fever, ito yung may severe dengue, warning signs, nakamamatay po ang ilang kaso kapag napabayaan. Tapos yun naman, acute gastritis, ganoon din po yan sa tiyan din, hyperacidity, ulcers, at kung ano-ano, yung bronchial asthma, ito po yung paninikip ng daluyan ng hangin at nahihirapan huminga, at hypertension, high blood, alta pressure, essential hypertension, malignant, ito po yung mga yung idiopathic o hindi malaman kung anong pinagmulan ng kanyang high blood, yung kanya naman dengue non-hemorrhagic, ito yung without warning signs. So ito yung mild dengue. Ang komplikasyon ay hindi naman po pumapasok pa, at yung bacterial sepsis, ito po yung infeksyon sa dugo, depende kung anong bacteria na tukoy sa blood culture.
Okay, sa nakikita natin, it seems na hindi umuugma doon sa top 10 diseases. Would that be a correct assumption?
Well, yung as a top 10 leading causes of mortality, leading causes of deaths, yung sa kaliwa naman, this morbidity. Ito po yung mga sakit. Opo.
Meron ba tayong top 10 cases na morbidity here?
Meron ho kayo dyan, I'm sure. Hindi lang ho napakita.
Meron tayo, alam ko meron yan. Pakita nyo nga. Mali yung pinakita yung slide. Anyway, that's my fault. Anyway, as they're looking for the morbidity, let me just point out also na itong yung mga criminal cases filed against providers, healthcare professionals, and the like, by regions, no? Ito na pansin ko. Very glaring. Wala halos na-file as of 2 September 2019 this year. I have the data here and we can put it out there if you like. Para malaman natin kung talagang ginagawa ng mga regions yung pagbabantay na dapat nilang malaman ng national para makagawa sila ng paraan. Ito ang top 10 morbidity. Acute respiratory infection. Ugma ba yan sa pneumonia?
Yes, top one of the leading causes of morbidity po ang pneumonia.
Number 2, ALTRI and pneumonia.
Ano yun?
Yan ang top morbidity natin.
Okay.
Number 3, hypertension. Number 4, urinary tract infection. Number 5, bronchitis. Number 6, influenza. Number 7, acute watery diarrhea. Number 8, TB respiratory. At saka number 9 and 10 are dengue fever and TB other forms.
So magkakatugma po yun, yung pinakita nyo kaninang magkano ang ginastos para doon po sa mga 10 top
Sa mortality yun.
morbidity po, yung sa kaliwa, na binayaran ng PhilHealth.
Sa
Yung sa
top 10
kanan naman,
PhilHealth cases, yun ang morbidity. Sa PhilHealth cases, community-acquired pneumonia, number 1. Number 2, acute gastroenteritis. So, hindi na nag-ugmano kagad dyan. No? Nandiyan. Number 3, sa morbidity, hypertension. Sa kabila, PhilHealth cases, urinary tract inspection. Site not specified. UTI, lalo ng mga babae, hindi ba madalas siya? Number 4, urinary tract infection. Dito sa kabila. Number 5, dengue. Number 4, dengue. Number 5, bronchitis. Sa kabila, other acute gastritis. This is a top PhilHealth. Okay. Ito yung mga sinisingil sa PhilHealth. Number 6, influenza. Top 10 morbidity. Dito sa PhilHealth, bronchial asthma in acute exacerbation. What does that mean?
pareho naman ho yun, sir, Mr. Chairman. So halos doon sa listing na yan, siguro nagkaroon lang ng mga pagbabago sa order of which was reimbursed for higher amounts, no? But if you look at within the top 10, halos mag-akma.
Sumasama iba.
Sumasama
okay.
naman.
But still, meron mga, no? Dahil may mga times na dami-daming katarata, number 1. 8, TB respiratory, sa morbidity, essential hypertension, malignant hypertension sa kabila. Alright? Dengue fever, tabla sila, pareho silang dengue. Tapos number 10, TB, other forms, bacterial sepsis of newborn unspecified. Sa buntis yun, di ba? Sa panganganak. So, hindi akma doon.
Iyan, I'm not sure. We have to ask PhilHealth. Kasi sometimes yung cost to reimburse, iba-iba din ho yan eh. Yung pagbayad, hindi ho pwedeng pare-pareho yung singil dyan.
Bibilisin ko na. Dahil gusto ko lang may overview ang tao na nanonood, nakikinig para hindi lang tayo ano. Nakalagay din sa research sa amin, pneumonia, ito yung mga aligasyon ng overpayment or upcasing sa PhilHealth. Yun ang mga palaging problema, di ba? PHIC, ang tatawag ni Dr. Liachon dito, P, pneumonia, H, hemodialysis, I, infection, C, cataract. So, lumalabas, pneumonia, 15,000 for moderate risk pneumonia, 32,000 for high risk pneumonia. Ang nakuha na bayad dito, 10.9 billion in 2018. Number 2, hemodialysis. Ang CL case rate, 2,600, 90 times ang pinabayaran ng PhilHealth, umaabot ang 10.8 billion. Ilan ba ang may ganyan sakit dito sa Pilipinas? May 1 million ba? May hemodialysis?
Sa hemodialysis, ang alam ko, parang mga 78,000 ho ang registered na may sakit ng end-stage renal failure na kailangan pong ma-dialyze.
Ito yun yan, 78,000.
I could be wrong, but let me check.
Ilagay mo ng 100,000. Pero ang gastos natin, 10.8 billion. Di ba? Medyo upside down ako niyan, di ba? Dapat preventive tayo dyan masyado para hindi tayo mabayad ng ganyan. Pero anyway, infection, 6,800 for infection of other parts of urinary tract in pregnancy. 2.1 billion ang gastos. Is that acceptable to you? 2.1 billion infections sa pregnancy? Cataract, 16,000. 1.9 billion. In fact, I can give you examples na may isang hospital, ilan lang ang kama, pero 30 plus million ata ang binayaran. Hindi ko nagkakamali. I can see some of you nodding your heads. So the long and the short of it is, yan ang mga major, may sakit na caused by, nagluluko either ang mga empleyado ng PhilHealth, may sabuatan, o yung mga doktor o hospital, nagluluko. Tama po ba yung ating analysis doon? COA, do you agree with that?
Yes.
In your analysis, ganyan lumalabas, di ba?
Parang ganun po.
Gusto ko lang makita lahat yung overview. Dahil pinag-usapan, may sakit yung PhilHealth. Dahil nga, una, mahalata mo, yung mga morbidity at mortality, ang nababayaran yung hindi nasa top 10, no? Ang nangyayari ay talagang mukhang malalaki ang sinisingil. Katulad, ang dami-dami pneumonia. Kunyari, inubo lang, pneumonia na. Pwede ba mangyari yan? Ha? Yes, sir? Krista?
Yes, it could happen, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, anyway, I don't want to monopolize this, but I just thought I'd give the overview. And then we can go to specifics. Meron mga kaso si Senator Lacson present, katulad ng WellMed, katulad ng Perpetual Succor, at lahat. Now we can see para we don't get lost. It's better to know where we're going and not know how than to know where we're going and not know where. I just gave you the big picture, at least parts of it. At isa pa, finally, taon-taon halos nagpapalit tayo ng PhilHealth chairman. Is that correct, sir? President pala, President.
Tama po kayo. Itong last 3 years, we had...
Now showing is General Morales. Last year, it was Roy Ferrer. Previous to here, 1 year later, 1 year before, is Inday de la Serna. And before her, 1 year rin. Wala pa atang isang taon yun, 3 buwan lang ata yun. So, merong problema. Right? Ito mo lang overview ng problema, di ba? And then finally, with all due respect to everybody here, kung saan nakukuha yung pera ng PhilHealth, dinadala sa ibang project. Katulad halimbawa nitong barangay health system na kumuha ng 10 billion tapos napunta doon sa hindi naman dapat paggamitan. Is that your conclusion, Chairman, ng COA?
We haven't looked at that specifically.
Well, can you kindly look at that because yan ang nakukuha namin. Don't worry, this is just preliminaries. I am not infallible. My name is Richard, not the Pope. All right? So, I did not mean any disrespect, so I used my full name, Richard, not Dick. Anyway, to make a long story short, we shall begin now with Senator Lacson. Senator Lacson, please. You have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to get over with the issue of conflict of interest, I'd like to ask Secretary Duque a few questions. This regarding Doctors Pharmaceutical, DPI, Doctors Pharmaceutical Incorporated. During the last hearing, your brother Cesar T. Duque, then president of Doctors Pharmaceuticals, testified, and I quote, sabi niya, hindi ho espesipiko ang instruction namin na noong umupo ang aming kapatid, wala na dapat transaksyon sa gobyerno, sa DOH, yung opisina niya kung saan siya naatasan. Would you confirm giving this instruction to your brother?
Yes, I do, Mr. Senator.
Well, I'm going to show you the latest notice of award in favor of Doctors Pharmaceuticals. Pakilapit ka, masyadong there. Masyadong maliit eh. This notice of award is dated, the award date is 3 December 2018. You were already Secretary of Health on December 3, 2018. The proceed date, 28 January 2019, this year. Contract effectivity date, 28 January 2019. This was lifted from PhilJeps, itong notice of award. Ang end user nito, National Mental. Ano ba yung correct word? Hindi National Mental Hospital, iba na yung tawag eh.
Sir, National Center for Mental
National
Health.
Center for Mental Health.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the National Center for Mental Health is under DOH.
That's right, Your Honor.
So it means that your brother violated your instruction.
Your Honor, as I have said in the first hearing, I sold my shares in 2005.
No, that's not my question. It's still a family corporation.
Yes, Your Honor.
Whether or not you divested is another matter.
Yes, Your Honor.
But the fact, and I will quote to you several jurisprudence in this regard. Filipina Samson versus Julia Restrivera, GR number 178454, March 28, 2011. Ang sinasabi rito, this is in the context of Section 4A, Paragraph B of RA 6713. The observance of professionalism also means upholding the integrity of public office by endeavoring to discourage wrong perception of their roles as dispensers or peddlers of undue patronage. Yeah, thus, a public official or employee should avoid any appearance of impropriety affecting the integrity of government services. Ano po yan? Ruling po ng Supreme Court. There's another one. Anyway, andyan po, ipa-plus na lang dyan sa screen para po for your education and our education as well. Kasi pare-pareho naman tayong nasa gobyerno. So, what do you make of this, Secretary?
Your Honor, I'll take this under advisement and
Yeah,
tell
please.
my brother, and I will tell him straight to his face that why did the DPI supply the NCMH? Because truth to tell, I'm not aware of any of this, Mr. Your Honor. So I will talk to him.
Yeah,
and,
please.
I will
Because
do the
if this
fact-checking, sir.
persists, hindi ho magandang tingnan.
Oh yes, sir. I agree with you, sir. 100%.
And I will just give you the benefit of the doubt
Thank you, sir.
na hindi nyo alam ito.
Yes, sir. Hindi ko po talaga.
Pero not knowing this should not be an excuse because you're still the Secretary of Health.
Yes, sir.
Which reminds me that some time ago, or during the last hearing, we tackled yung issue involving your family corporation regarding a product recall from FDA, then headed by Secretary of Health Janet Garin, who was also acting Director General of FDA. And I understand, hindi naman natin masyado na-clarify, and I'd like to address the question now to Congresswoman Garin, with all due respect. Kindly walk us through yung procedure, yung manner of issuing a product recall. Just for our education lang. Bakit po ba nagkaroon ng product recall yung DPI? Please.
Your Honor, per the request of the Honorable Senator, I actually prepared a 5-slide PowerPoint.
Yeah, very briefly.
Just to simplify it, may I request my staff to put it on?
That the chair would like to recognize
Yeah, it's-
Jacinto Paras, Undersecretary of Dole. We were not able to call him, and you have not been sworn. So please stand up and raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this proceeding. Let the record state that Jacinto Paras, Undersecretary of Dole, has taken the oath. He's an Upsilonian also, like Sal Panelo, who's a Sigmaron. We have all kinds of people occupying government positions. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is actually the guidelines on the implementation of the product recall system. Next slide, please. So the recall is initiated by either the FDA or the manufacturer and the distributor. In the case of what we did, this was an FDA and the DOH initiated recall. Next slide, please. So the FDA ordered recall actually means that the product has been distributed and it presents a risk of illness or injury or gross consumer deception. Next, the firm has not initiated a recall of the product despite the findings. And third, that an agency action is necessary or advisable to protect the public health and
Can you
welfare.
further simplify para mas madali
Ang
maintindihan?
ibig po sabihin nito, pagka po sa ilang ulit po na inspeksyon ng FDA by a team that it is composed, nakitaan po ng mga aksyon kung saan kailangan po ubakto na ang gobyerno para protektahan ang taong bayan, the Secretary of Health and the FDA Director General is mandated to issue a recall. In the next slide, sir, if you will allow me, next slide, please. Ito po ang recall classification. So pagkatapos po ng paulit-ulit na inspeksyon, nagkakaroon po tayo ng either ng classification. It is classified either as Class 1 recall, Class 2, or Class 3 recall. Pag Class 1 recall po, ibig po sabihin nito, nakitaan po ng serious adverse health consequences or can even result to death yung classification niya. The Class 2 recall is a situation wherein exposure causes temporary or medically reversible adverse health consequences. The third recall is it's not likely to cause adverse health consequences.
Yeah.
In this case po kasi sir, based on the documents that my people at the time and the officers of FDA presented to me, we saw the necessary, they reported a class 1 recall. And what does it mean? Next slide, please.
Yeah. Saan po bumagsak yung DPI? Anong category po sila bumagsak?
Class 1 recall po lahat.
Which
Actually means there is a reasonable probability that the user exposure to a violative product, and that is a products of DPI, will cause serious adverse health consequences or death.
from a range, ito yung pinaka-maximum na, itong class 1?
Yes, sir.
Itong pinakamasama na, ibig sabihin. And then what happened next?
That's why, sir, nag-convene po kami ng Product Recall Committee, and there was a deliberation, and they had the committee report, which we actually forwarded to the Honorable Senator Gordon.
Yeah, I recall, and I'm reminded na when we asked the Duque siblings, I think it was Dr. Luz Hammersheim who said that ang violation lang documentary.
Sir, if I may.
And that's the reason why they were able to avail of the automatic renewal.
Sir, all
Do you recall
product
that?
recalls
Yeah.
cannot undergo automatic renewal. And in the history of FDA, since we have reviewed it, wala pong ginagawang product recall by virtue of the absence of a certain document. Kasi kung papel lang po ang kulang, sinusulatan po yung kumpanya to comply. What we do for missing or lacking documents is some fine penalty po pagka merong papel na kulang. At pinapa-comply po. That's why we're really very, very lenient. Pagka po merong cease and desist order, talagang last strand na po yun, sir.
Kailan po pumasok yung cease and desist? Iba yung product recall, iba yung cease and desist.
Yes, sir. The cease and desist order, kasi in the case of Doctors Pharma, hindi po produkto lang ang question. It's the GMP, which means the good manufacturing practices. Pagka po GMP po ang tinamaan, because medyo mas malala po siya, you really have to close down the whole production center. So yung una po is a cease and desist order for the whole company, and all TMAs, yung toll manufacturing agreements, will also be stopped. Yung po sinasabing outsourcing.
Yeah.
Then next doon yung product recall. The Secretary of Health is, I think, mandated to recall all products within, I forgot, sir, if it's 48 or 72 hours. And you have, I think, 48 hours. And you have 7 days or 1 week to recall other products that has already been out.
So,
actually, sir, in the next slide.
Yeah, sige.
Yeah. This is actually the procedure for product recall. But let me reiterate, sir, that the product recall happens pagkatapos na po ng cease and desist order, which I issued not on my own volition, but it was ministerial on my part after the product recall committee submitted its final report. So sa product recall po, yung FDA, the product recall committee will assess the hazard presented by the product being recalled. So in this case, because it's GMP, it encompasses all. And next is that there will be a written recommendation to the Director General for the issuance of recall order. Third, the concerned DOH offices will be informed of the decision to order the product recall. So in this case, the National Center for Pharmaceutical Access to Medicines was duly informed. And of course, because I was concurrent during that time, they didn't have to inform me. Then a public health alert will be issued within 24 hours for a class 1 and a class 2 recall. So we did this because it's class 1. And then a notification will be issued to the firm regarding the recall, because it can also be lifted. Meron pong proseso pagka po na-comply na po yung violations. Next slide, please. So there will be an in-depth inspection again, and it just shows how tedious the process is. And if necessary, which in this case, because there were actually government deliveries of products to the government, the DOH units and government agencies will be utilized to implement the recall. And next, the FDA Inspection Division will audit the recall operation. So immediately after, nagkakaroon po yun ng series of audits. And in the case when a firm refuses to conduct a product recall, a regulatory action is initiated. And then last, the FDA will determine when a recall will be terminated. Upon such determination, a written notification of determination to the recalling firm. Ibig po sabihin ng number 10, pagkatapos po ng lahat yun, nagkakaroon po ng CAPA or the Corrective Action Plan. Yun po ang ibinibigay ng kumpanya at sasabihin po nila na lahat ng gagawin nila at may timetable din po yun.
Yeah.
After that, the recall will be lifted, the cease and desist order will be lifted, and magkakaroon po ng bagong application. So, I never knew that an automatic renewal was issued.
That's my next question. Ano? Did they comply with all the requirements before they availed of the automatic renewal? Kasi understand, after a few months, they got hold already of an automatic renewal, and they resumed supplying medicines and multivitamins to DOH, hindi ba? So, how did they do that?
Sir, in my knowledge, doon po ako'y nakaupo, wala po akong alam na, let me rephrase it, sir.
Yeah.
An automatic renewal, kaya po siya automatic, ibig po sabihin na
Walang
walang
violation.
violation.
Kaya
pag-
automatic na renewal para to save them from the tedious process of registering
It's
again.
also to cut the red tape.
Yes.
But
And you were the one who introduced that, yung automatic renewal? Hindi.
Indeed, sir. It's a process, and I believe when Secretary Duque was also the Secretary of Health, that was already in place.
Yeah, but that's on the assumption na walang violation, walang product recall.
Yes,
Otherwise,
sir.
you will have to go through all these requirements, fulfill all these requirements before you can re-register, and after that, kung registered na ulit, saka pa lang yung automatic renewal.
Yes, sir. Because, ano po yun again, allow me to repeat that, kasi baka po mamali siya. This is not the only company that we issued a product recall. Meron naman pong iba. And a product recall and a cease and desist order is made known to all officers, employees in both FDA and DOH. So in this case, whoever issued the automatic renewal should explain why.
Would you know who issued the automatic renewal?
I don't know, sir. I'm not even sure if indeed an automatic renewal was issued. But precise for me to say, pagka po may cease and desist order, and then 24 hours meron ng product recall.
Well, the fact that they continue to supply medicines to DOH, or in this case, the National Center for Mental Health, ibig sabihin, naka-renew sila, automatic renewal. And this is not the only notice of award that I have presented. I have, I think, 5 more notices of award in favor of Dr. Pharma, di ba?
Yes, I actually got the document that was sent to me na pinatingnan nga. Yes, I agree, it's an automatic renewal that happened sometime in the latter part of 2016. But sir, yun nga po, to my understanding, hindi po siya dapat i-issue kasi po, meron pa pong, if you will see, there's already a corrective action plan. Ibig sabihin po, nag-uusap-usap na kasi in the case of Dr. Pharma, there was actually an informant who informed us that despite the order, patuloy pa rin yung magmamanufacture.
No, that's one aspect, ano? How about the risk, yung health risk involved if they continue to produce and supply medicines to DOH? Is there some risk to, say, even human lives?
Sir, it's a product one recall. That category speaks for itself.
Na pwedeng mamatay yung gagamit ng gamot?
Sir, it's a product one recall.
By the way, I was informed by some of your colleagues in the medical profession that you received some threats during the last hearing. Would you confirm that? from no less than your seatmate at that time, the secretary? And kindly give the details.
Actually, sir, I was surprised when he told me na be careful. Pero medyo, sir, okay.
Verbatim na lang para mas malinaw. Verbatim, as you recall it. How did it go?
Excuse me, who are you referring to? Secretary Duque threatened you?
Sir?
I got that information from some doctors, and I'd like to ask Secretary Garin herself whether it was true. Kasi kung hindi ako maniniwala na doon sa mga doktor na kumausap sa akin. Ibig sabihin, wala silang credibility. Would you
Mr.
care
Chair,
to...
Your Honor, in the middle of the deliberation, when I was asked by the other senators to explain how did and when did PhilHealth fraud started, and he started answering.
Yeah.
Yun nga, medyo nagalit ng konti si Sec. Duque. So, he told me, be careful with what you say here. Marami akong hawak sa'yo. So, I was surprised na ganon. So, I asked him, why are you threatening me? But then, after naman nun, sir, the days that ensued, he apologized. Nadala lang po siguro sa... He apologized already, and I told him that I'm just doing my job.
So the threat came in the form of, marami ako alam sa'yo. Marami ka ba rin kasalanan sa Department of Health?
Sir, I'm open to any investigation. That's what I repeatedly told the Honorable Secretary. Kaya nga, he probably misunderstood my presence, or when I was when I was looking, I don't know, sir, but well, basically, sir, I told him na it's just my obligation, and just dahil nga pinatawag ako, tumutulong lang din ako na maayos lahat. So that's why I didn't want to dwell on personalities. But if we're talking about putting order in PhilHealth, FDA, I'm very much willing to participate.
Okay.
Then again, Your Honor, yes, he verbally threatened me, but nung after naman nung hearing na,
He apologized.
and he apologized.
Secretary Duque, would you care to comment?
Your Honor, I did out of pick because I picked.
Picked, yeah.
Kasi nung narinig ko, nagpagtig yung tenga ko nung sinabi po ni dating Kalihim Garin na yung mga fraud nag-umpisa doon po sa nag-enroll nung administrasyon ko ng 5 million mga mahihirap na mga pamilya sa PhilHealth. So parang, syempre ako po, dahil naisip ko na pinaghirapan po namin yung makapag-enroll ng mga mahihirap sa loob ng PhilHealth at biglang inuugnay sa fraud, parang napipunho ako masyado, parang hindi ako makapagpigil. Yun lang po yun.
But as they say, all's well that ends well. Tapos na po. Okay. So, tama yun sa DPI. I'll tackle now the AEM. Para matapos na yung conflict of interest issue, yung EMDC, no? We have here Dr. De La Serna. Kindly come forward. You were the president of Region 1 at the time?
Excuse me,
or PhilHealth?
Excuse me, Senator Lacsa, just for the record. I just want to set the record straight. I was surprised. For the record, the committee did not invite you. Is that correct? Senator Ms. Garin, I'm very worried about inviting our sisters and our brothers from the lower house because, there could be some uncomfortable situations where we may have to grill. But for the record, I did not issue an invitation as chairman. Neither did I think Secretary Go or Senator Go. You were in fact invited by Senator Lacson.
That is correct. I confirm that.
And yes, that's why and that's why I'm saying I was surprised because I was not informed, and I was just in conference with Senator Dillon that I think all invitations should be coursed through the chairman so there will be no misunderstanding.
Mr. Chairman, to set the record straight, I wrote you a letter requesting you to invite Congresswoman Garin.
Your Honor, if I may, the invitation was not from Senator Lacson. The first invitation was, of course, to the office of the Speaker with the Blue Ribbon Committee. And then the next invitation, I was informed by Congress that I have an invitation from the Blue Ribbon Committee. But then, if I'm not invited, Your Honor, it will be okay. I can go back.
No. It's not that. It's just housekeeping. I did not get the notice that we invited you. And when I came here, I asked, was she invited here? Because Congresswoman yan. Di tayo basta nag-iimbestiga dahil pagka mamaya, magigrill, magkakaroon pa ng conflict ang House at saka Senate. And I was told that there was no invitation. Then when I sat down here, I asked Senate President Rilon kung ano yan. And it has to be course to the chairman. And then, of course, it came back to me just now that there was a letter, and usually I cannot get all the letters. It is course to the Director General of the Blue Ribbon. And so if there was an invitation, it was course to the Director General. I just want to state here that I was not aware of it. And that is why I'm forthrightly asking the question. If you were indeed invited and it was approved, I did not approve it, but anyway, you're here. I would not hesitate to invite you if there is a request that I got right away from the senator. All right? Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Yeah, this regarding EMDC, yung list of the building owned by the Duque family. Just to get over with all these issues, para we can move forward to PhilHealth issues. Now, I have here some documents. You were then the OIC or interim president of PhilHealth when the contract was perfected or signed. I notice here that the one who signed for and in behalf of Region 1, si Attorney Rodolfo Del Rosario. Is he here? Yes. And the date of the contract, May 28, 2018. Is that correct? Attorney Rodolfo Jojo Del Rosario signing as RVP PRO1. Kindly confirm.
Based on the copy I was furnished, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, yes, the date of the notarization was May 28.
May 28.
Thank you, sir.
However, April 23, 2018, yung PhilHealth Corporate Personnel Order where you were reassigned, merong reassignment of officers and personnel, you were included in the said Corporate Personnel Order and you were reassigned to Region 11. Tama po ba?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
So as per this personal reassignment order or corporate personnel order, wala na kayo sa PRO1. Ba't may pirma pa kayo ng kontrata as PRO1?
Based on my recollection, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, that contract was signed when I was still the Regional Vice President.
No, but between May 2018 and April 23, 2018, mahigit sa buwan yun.
Yes, sir.
You were no longer assigned as Vice or
correct.
yeah.
That's the same question I have with Region 1. Why the notarization was why the document or contract was signed when I was no longer notarized when I was no longer the Regional Vice President. I can't recall the circumstances as of now, Your Honor, pertaining to that specific contract.
The reason why I asked that question is I'm wondering if there was a special instruction for you to sign this contract.
No, there's none.
Why would you sign a contract where you are no longer authorized to sign? Because you're no longer the...
I did not sign that when I was already in the...
Your signature is here.
Yes, sir.
May 28.
Yeah. Yung notarization po kasi, sir, happened daw based on that document on May, during the time that I was no longer Regional Vice President. But I asked my secretary and he told me that I signed that contract prior my reassignment. It was the notarization that was belated.
That took place on May 28.
Yes. Apparently that's the... But I cannot recall all the circumstances pertaining to that.
Dr. De La Serna, are you familiar with this contract? You were then PhilHealth. You were also a signatory, you know. You're also a signatory.
Good afternoon, Senator. At the moment, sir, I am sorry, but because of a lot of papers being signed in the office, I don't specifically recall the contract. However, I was the interim president at that time, so I must have signed it.
Yes. Your signature is here, Dr. Celestina Maria Jude P. de la Serna, interim OIC president and CEO.
Yes, sir.
Were you aware that the building was owned by the Duque family when you signed this?
No, sir.
Who informed you?
I don't remember.
So when did you...
knowing. I found out that it was owned by the Duque family through the former heya of the secretary.
Who is?
John Basa.
John
He
Basa.
told me that the property that the PhilHealth is renting there is owned by the secretary.
Why would he tell you that? Mr. John Basa, why would you tell President de la Serna then, uy, kay Secretary Duque yan?
Mr. Chair, good afternoon, Your Honors. In the spirit of transparency, I have to tell the President at the time of before the signing of the contract.
For transparency.
Yes, Mr.
So
Chair. Yes, Your Honor.
So, well-intentioned yung pagkasabi ninyo. Anong dating sa inyo doon, Dr. de la Serna, when John Basa informed you kay Secretary Duque yung pamilyang building yan?
Sir, honestly, nung sinabi nila sa akin yon, medyo nag-isip ako na bakit kay secretary siya chairperson ng board. So, syempre, admittingly or, unknowingly, ma-feel mo na, uy, kay secretary to. Pero, yun na nga, I cannot really recall that time na I signed it. I'm so sorry, Mr. Senator, but that's the truth.
Okay, moving on. Iwanan na natin yung... Sige po, Secretary.
Your Honor,
Tapos na sana ako, pero kung gusto nyong magtapusin, sige.
Yun lang pong linawin ko lang for the record na kasi ang sinasabi po ni dating OIC de la Serna kay Secretary Duque, hindi po kay Secretary Duque yan, yung sa pamilya, and I'm a minority shareholder of the corporation that is owned by the family. Yun lang po, clarification lang po.
Okay, thank you. Ito kay COA Chair Mike Aguinaldo. I have here the IT Audit Office Report 2018 0-1, Information Systems Audit Report of the Philippine Health Insurance Corporation, PhilHealth. Among the findings here, number 1, 961 PhilHealth members and or their dependents were able to file 1,700 claims totaling 20.3 million pesos net of withholding tax, beyond the calendar year where the PhilHealth member reportedly died. Anong implication po nito, Chairman? Patay na yung pasyente, na-admit pa? Patay na yung naniningil na member, na-admit pa ng ospital?
Well, the immediate conclusion you think from at least looking at it logically is fraudulent claim.
Yes.
Although you can't come to that conclusion immediately because some of these claims may be for treatments right before namatay yung tao. So you also have to look at when the claim was actually, when the alleged expense was incurred. So hindi necessarily the time the claim was filed. So what this points at though is dapat tingnan na maigi kung talagang ano ba nangyari dyan. In fact, kanina may binigay silang sample sa akin pertaining to WellMed, but this is just a sample, no? And then meron yan from 2016 to 2019, a total of, from what they've seen so far, no, 52 claims, and these were the date of clinic admission, not the date of the claim, but the date of clinic admission is much later than the date of the death of the patient. Yun, medyo, you don't need to be a rocket scientist to conclude there's something there. The problem is, we haven't been able to access the complete data. That's been one of the problems they've had, although nag-meeting na po kami ni President, ni General Morales
Yes.
po, and he's vowed any information that we need will be made available. Nag-meeting po kami last week niya.
Pwede nang i-link diretso sa,
Pwede na po.
especially yung IT audit ninyo, di ba? Mas
Opo.
madali yon, saka mas transparent.
Yeah, because we'll be able to detect statistical anomalies.
Of
And
course.
from that, yun yung lead mo. For the fictitious claims, we're hoping we can, because nag-request na po si Honorable Senator Bongo, and actually pati si Honorable Senator Franklin Drilon ng special audit, no?
Yes.
And I was telling Senator Bong earlier na there are many different aspects na kailangan ni audit. For example, one aspect would be yung actuarial life. I think PhilHealth itself has an actuarial office, but I think kinausap na ating Insurance Commission because one of the deputies is an actuary, a practicing actuary. And so, nag-usap na kami, they will take the lead and we'll just help validate the information we get. But that's just on the life of PhilHealth. That's one issue. Another issue would be yung fraudulent claims, where you have fictitious benefit claims, and then you have claims na patay na pala.
Yes. The reason why I brought this up, kasi yung WellMed, patay na, dinadialysis pa.
Apo.
Ito, this could even be worse, kasi patay na, inadmit pa.
Apo. I just like to caution, it's incomplete data pa. So,
Yes.
we still have to do a lot of work on this. Sa fictitious claims, we're recommending actually working with the NBI. Dapat siguro sila yung lead because it's fraud. And in fact, they've already met with the team at PhilHealth to get all the documents. I think so far, ang initial ano nila is focused on WellMed. Pero siguro po, we'd request na i-expand ng konti nila.
Excuse me, Senator Lacson. I just want to, with your
Another,
permission.
yeah.
Is PSA here? Philippine Statistics Authority.
Yeah, I agree. That's very important kasi para yung patay na nakarecord na sa PSA, kung naka-online din yan sa PhilHealth at saka sa COA, mas madali rin.
We've been saying that time and again. PSA can immediately, I just want to ask them point blank, ba't ba kayo naniningil? Nalulugi ang gobyerno dyan. I-report nyo na kagad kung may namatay para aabot sa mga agencies na nangangailangan yan. Tulad ng PhilHealth, SSS, veterans. Ang daming matutulungan tayo na mababawas sa gastos ng gobyerno dahil sumisingil pa yung mga yan, nagbabayad pa ang gobyerno. Is PSA here again? I know I had them subpoenaed. I had them called. So the next hearing, if they're not here, we will subpoena them. And I'd like the help of everyone here that we should make PSA, I'm thinking of a law if necessary, but if you could do it among yourself, that PSA automatically provides the information by way of information technology. This is the same problem that we have in the jail. Walang just on time, all the time, so you don't know kung sino ang talagang good, eligible pa for good conduct or whatever it is. No? So, PSA must show up here, and the next hearing, we will ask them about that. Thank you very much, sir.
Another finding, Mr. President or Mr. Chairman, 10,468,273 claims worth 97 billion plus from 2014 to 2017 were processed beyond 60 calendar days, contrary to Section 47L of the IRR. Dito, question naman ng efficiency ito. Kasi, and no, Dr. Rustico Jimenez is here. He's representing 125 private health institutions. Hanggang ngayon, hindi na sila nakakasingil. 4 billion. Dr. Jimenez, please.
Good afternoon po, committee members and chairman, Senator Lacson. That was the gathering that we got last week because we want to hear in the hearing to show you at least the pattern. So from the collection of our private hospitals, which are 900 members, we have collected 125 claims that were not paid. And I gave that already to General Morales to study.
125 claims or
Hospitals.
125 hospitals?
Yes po. And it amounts to almost 3 billion.
Almost 3 billion.
Opo.
How many claims?
I don't remember.
How
the claims.
long ago?
The claims po started from 2009 to 2019.
as you can see on the records that I gave you.
2009 claims, hanggang ngayon, hindi pa nababayaran.
Not all of them are paid.
Not all of them. And
That's
yet,
our record, Mr. Senator.
and yet there are institutions, health institutions, na overpaid naman.
That's why we want to correct that. I'm suggesting to PhilHealth to give us the data, sino po yung nag-fraudulent claims. Hindi mo po namin ma-check kasi wala po kami doon sa committee ng quality assurance. We were removed.
So, President Dick Morales, what can you do to resolve this issue?
Sir, I have talked directly to Dr. Jimenez, and we're working out a solution. It's not only the hospitals that Dr. Jimenez claims to represent, but all the other hospitals system-wide. I explained in the first hearings that we are working on our information system to clear this up.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Excuse me again, if I may interject. This is the turnaround time for claims, right? You have Region 7 that went way beyond 60 days. And sinasabi ko enough, focus fast. 108 days bago mabayaran. And now you have all these private claims, and di lamang sila, ngunit a lot of other claimants. So that means there is inefficiency. So that's where you gotta go to each of the regions and find out who is a patient or who is not a patient. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I will discuss another issue, but I'd like to give opportunity to the other members of this joint committee, Mr. Chairman. So
Of course,
I'll suspend my interpellation.
You had the privilege speech, that's why I was giving you a lot of leeway. And so, thank you. Senator Don, you have no questions? Senator Go? Senator Tolentino. Not Arturo, but the new Tolentino.
Mr. Chairman, sir.
Okay na?
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Sir, to help us
Mr. Morales.
understand the claims of the dependents of the dead beneficiaries, our IT Jovita Aragonis will try to explain why this happens.
Please proceed. Who is it? Yes. Say your name again, please.
Yeah. So I'm Jovita Aragona, the CIO, Chief Information Officer.
Yes.
So I would like to say something po about the 961 deaths kanina. So when we look into that, those dependents or those who claim actually under po sila ng survivorship.
Excuse me, ma'am. Na-oath pa kayo? Nabigyan mo kayo ng oath?
Ay, hindi po.
Hindi, sabi ko na eh. I have here a código. All of your names are here. No? So, could you please stand up and raise your hand, and for expediency, do you swear the truth and nothing to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this proceeding? Thank you very much. Go ahead. Let the record state that Miss
Jovita Aragona.
Jovita
Aragona.
Aragona,
Yeah.
Information Officer.
Chief Information Officer of PhilHealth.
Has been sworn to. Go ahead.
Regarding the 961 deaths na na-flash po kanina, so when we look into our database, so ito po yung mga namatay na meron kaming tinatawag na survivorship, na kung meron pa siyang remaining, this can be used by the dependents. Actually, when we look into the system, there were 51 claims filed na questionable before that, and out of that, meron 44 pa rin na in-endorse namin sa legal section namin. So these are being investigated. So patay na, pero pwede pa pong mag-claims yung kanyang dependents under the survivorship program kasi may remaining pa siya.
Pa kayo nabawi doon sa mga patay, sa pamilya?
Yung dependents po nila, pwede.
Alam ko pwede, pero nabawi nyo ba? May nabawi na kayo?
Yung
binayaran nila yung pamilya, binigyan yung pamilya.
Mr. Chairman, with the permission, just to clarify,
Yes, please.
Ang findings po rito, beyond the calendar year. Kasi good lang yung mga survivors, yung mga dependents, within the calendar year. Pag lumampas na yung calendar year, hindi na rin authorize yung mga dependents, hindi po ba?
Yes po, that is within. So doon po nagkaroon ng issue na tinignan yung COA kasi what we have in the system, wala po yung within the calendar because they were thinking, the users before, what if kung nag-file na may advance payment siya? So yung masasayang yung ano niya. But even then, we recognize din po yun, sir. Nakita yon sa aming findings also.
So you can recover either from the family or the hospital that facilitated the claim. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes.
That's a simple question. Can you
Yes, po.
please?
Yes,
So have you done that? Have you started proceedings?
for those qualified
Why
po,
are you
okay.
answering, Mr. Del Rosario? Would you like to directly answer the question? Is that your line rather than hers?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Some of the claims, no, based on the investigation conducted by our CIO, were valid claims. So,
Buhay pa.
sir, namatay, pero yung qualifying contributions ay entitled pa rin yung mga dependents. So, mga dependents po yung nag-claim. So, valid po yung claims. Although, meron pong 44 claims na inimbestigahan tayo ngayon kasi may lumampas, no? Lumampas
I'm sorry,
doon sa
my uninitiated mind hungers for an explanation.
I'm sorry. Oh.
Patay na. Meron pang valid claim?
Yes, sir. Kasi yung ano natin, yung ating policy, pag namatay yung principal member, we will not deprive the dependents. Yes, sir. Kasi binayaran po ng gobyerno yung premium
Oh, yes,
for the whole
oh.
year. Yes, sir.
Pero hindi na kayo magbabayad pag na-confirm ng patay, di ba?
Sa dependents niya, sir, pag nag-avail, babayaran po natin yan. Valid po yung claim.
Within the calendar year.
Within that year.
Yes, yes.
So, pero yung sinasabi ni Senator Lacson, sir, na lumampas, inimbestigahan po natin ngayon.
All right. That's the one I'm interested in.
Yes. Thank you,
Sige.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead, please, Senator Tolentino.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. I am of the belief that this committee is not bound by rules of sub judice, Mr. Chair. Sub judice. And in whatever form, administrative or judicial investigations or otherwise. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alam niyo po, gusto kong isa-isahin huli ito. Nahuli lang ako dumating, but I'd like to inform this committee that as I speak today, the following personalities, whether they are present here or not, I'd like to have the committee take note of this, are now recommended for prosecution. Dr. Riza Herrera, Dr. Bernadette Lico, Dr. Janice Perlas, Dr. Leilani Asprer, Dr. Rofian Izon, Dr. Manuel Lampitok, Attorney Recto Panti, Mr. Henley Almanon, Dr. Jeffrey Pe, Ms. Cheryl P. Welan, Ms. Lolita Tulyao, Dr. Quintin Calweng, Attorney Mary Grace de los Santos, Ms. Mariel Maglalang, Ms. Susan Rebecca Romero, Ms. Yvonne Fernandez, Dr. Katrina Maria Aguilar, Dr. Cynthia Camacho, Dr. Trinidad Verape, Dr. Arsenio Alcantara, Dr. Leticia Gay Aguda, for the following violations. Violations of Republic Act 3019, Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act, violation of RA 10606, otherwise known as the National Health Insurance Program, violation of 6713, otherwise known as the Code of Conduct and Ethical Standards for Public Officials and Employees. They will be required to answer, and they are now being required to answer by an appropriate body for the charges that I mentioned a while ago. Kaya, Mr. Chair, hindi ko na po isa-isahin itong, there has been an exhaustive investigation done concerning the PRO activities, the HCI.
Senator Dillon and I would just like to follow your question. These folks are doctors with fraudulent claims. Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, that's right.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Because we were debating whether they were Delta Lambdans and Marijuanas na.
So the filing date is of August 22. So I will not belabor the ultimate facts, but I would like to zero in, Mr. Chair, the findings concerning WellMed. Is Dr. C here? Nandito ba si Dr. C? Alam niyo, nung huling... Dr. C of WellMed. last August 14, you mentioned that the person, well met, Mr. Chair.
Dr. C, you're here. Please raise your hand. He's there, the young man over there, Dr. C.
Dr. C, last August 14, you mentioned that
Still on the road, huh?
fraud committed by your employees, including Mrs. De Leon. You acknowledge that and that you had no hand in anything kasi may ginagawa ka naman sa iba. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero siguro, ang maidadagdag mo dapat dito, you were not only negligent, but you were partly to blame. And do you have a lawyer here?
Yes po.
Meron kasama?
Yes po.
Tell your lawyer to be aware of Article 2180 of the Civil Code of the Philippines, which I would like to quote. The obligation imposed by Article 2176 is demandable not only for one's own acts or omissions, but also for those of persons for whom one is responsible. Employers shall be liable for the damages caused by their employees and household helpers acting, even household helpers, acting within the scope of their assigned task, even though the former are not engaged in any business or industry. Is that clear to your lawyer?
Noted po.
So what I'm saying, Dr. C, is that from this exhaustive investigation that I have here with me, and probably I will turn this over to Senator Gordon, it appears that the magnitude of WellMed's activities from 27 November 2018 to January 3, 2019, yung meeting pa ito ng ASC, to February 7, 2019, when ASC resolved to recommend the withdrawal of accreditation granted to WellMed for 2019. Hanggang makarating po tayo ng March 1, hindi ko na isa-isahin ang details, Mr. Chair, alam po lahat ito ni Dr. C. There was a withdrawal of accreditation and then a decision given by Dr. Janice Perlas through a memorandum addressed to Lolita Tulyao last May 24, 2019 to resume the processing of the claims. Are you aware of all the stages I mentioned?
With all due respect, before we run a tight ship here in the sense that we also want to respect the rights of everybody. So I will have to warn or admonish everyone here that if you feel that you are going to be incriminated by this, I want you to know you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say or do can be used against you in a court of law or other proceeding because you're under oath. So if you feel your question will incriminate you, and you better consult your lawyer.
That's why I mentioned, Mr. Chair, if his lawyer is available.
But we have to treat them their rights. I've always done that in this committee, and I was remiss this time.
Yes, Mr. Chair, will not mention to him his Miranda rights, but his lawyer is available. Are you aware of that stages, Dr. Z?
No, yung first, no po.
Is your lawyer here? Okay. You will probably be appraised, huh? Go ahead.
No po. Yung first time na nakatanggap lang po kami ng order or any resolution was June 14. It was actually for the temporary suspension of payments.
June 14, dated
Yes.
year what?
After na po nung media.
Year what?
This year lang po.
So hindi ka aware na
Hindi po kami
as
nakatawag.
early as 2018, November 27, 2018, alam na ng PhilHealth na hindi ka nakapag-submit ng complete documentation. Kayo naman po yung nagsasubmit ng documentation.
We submitted the application for continuous accreditation.
No?
November
I have records here to show that you failed to submit the financial statements required of you by law.
Oh, meron po. We submitted po sa accreditation office po November 28, 2018.
And then I still refute that, Mr. Chair. And then January 24, 2019, Ms. Riza Herrera of the Accreditation Department gave a statement revealing that WellMed Dialysis Center committed the fraudulent acts mentioned a while ago by the good Senator Lacson, which resulted in the February 7, 2019 recommendation to withdraw accreditation granted to WellMed. Are you aware of that?
Wala kaming na-receive any order or any decision.
But these are findings on record, and Mr. Chair, I can produce the documents supporting this. And then there is another meeting.
We produce the document and confront the witness if you like.
With the lawyer present, mamaya. And then on February 27, 2019, there was a denial of accreditation. And this can be confirmed by the appropriate officers of PhilHealth. Am I correct?
Ay, wala po kaming na-receive any order.
So, ibig sabihin,
Wala ka pa natatanggap na denial of accreditation.
Yes, first,
Tuloy-tuloy kayo.
Yes, yung first lang po namin nakatanggap, first time po, was June 14, this year.
This year. So, hindi na kayo accredited ngayon.
Yeah, wala na po. Kasi
Wala na
may
kayo. Pero
resolution.
before that, nangyari na, tuloy-tuloy pa rin.
Wala naman kami natatanggap any...
Okay, but before that, you were still accredited.
Yes, yes.
Opo, thank you. Go ahead, please.
So, lumalabas ito, ganun kayo kalakas, kahit may denial na ng withdrawal na ng accreditation, wala kayo natatanggap. Natanggap niyo naman yung resumption to proceed the processing of claims May 24, 2019?
Honor,
Wala rin.
Wala kami na-receive any memo or any resolution. First time po namin nakatanggap was June 14, 2019.
No, what you received June 14, 2019 was the temporary suspension of payment claims.
Yes.
But prior to that, there has been several documents emanating from PhilHealth, suspending, withdrawing, resuming, etc., etc.
Wala po. That's why nung nanood din ako ng press con, sabi ko, paano kami na-suspend? Never pa po kami nakakatanggap ng any memo or any order.
We have the regional, Manila regional...
NCR, pro-NCR.
Can you stand up, please? There you go. Can you come forward? Ito na naman. Last time siya na rin. Can you move a little briskier, please? Yes.
Can you be seated? Can I get your name, ma'am? I lost track of everything coming from several hearings.
Sir, I'm Hilda Salvacion A. Diaz, Vice President of Pro NCR.
Do you confirm my statements? Or do you affirm his statement na walang lumalabas na notices of withdrawal of accreditation, denial of accreditation, etc.?
Totoo po ba na wala pa sila natatanggap?
Sir, the
Ang
notices,
denial ng accreditation, hindi na sila pwede mag-operate, hindi na babayaran ng PhilHealth?
they were granted continuous accreditation po noong January 3, 2019.
Hanggang kailan po?
And then, na temporary suspension of payment of claims po, as the Senator said, June 14.
As he said, June 14. Diba?
And finally, a withdrawal of accreditation, June 18, I believe, sir.
So, 4 days.
Opo, yung withdrawal na po talaga.
Withdrawal
of accreditation.
Sure.
Probably, sir,
Madam, are you the same person, Hilda Salvacion Diaz, Acting Vice President, PRO-NCR?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, and the members are Bernadette Lico, Chairperson OIC, HCMD, Trinidad de Vera P. Ito po yung mga nabanggit ko kanina na being charged now for various offenses, which I mentioned a while ago, and that's on record. And if you're that same person, ma'am, you're the head of the accreditation subcommittee, and you recommended that WellMed's accreditation be withdrawn last February 7, 2019.
Sir,
Are you the same person?
I am not the chairperson of the accreditation subcommittee. On February 7, the chairperson of the sub-accreditation committee of the NCR is Dr. Janice Perlas. I am the Vice President. So the decision of the accreditation subcommittee was to recommend withdrawal, which I affirmed and submitted to the accreditation committee.
Again, I reiterate, when you withdrew the accreditation, is it not a proper procedure that you inform the person or the WellMed president that their accreditation has been withdrawn? Isn't that the proper procedure, ma'am?
Sir, the withdrawal of their accreditation was on June 18, 2019.
And nasabi ba ninyo sa kanila,
Hindi pa po
alam nyo ba na nakuha nila? Excuse me, ma'am. Nakuha nila. Alam na nila na wala na sila accreditation, correct? You're the head of your office.
Sir, hindi po ako nag-issue ng withdrawal.
Did you get that accreditation notice on the 18th? You said June 14 mo nakuha eh.
Temporary suspension po yung June 14.
Temporary suspension.
Payment
June 18,
of
hindi nyo pa
payments.
nakuha. So there's something wrong in the efficiency of delivery of notices. Ano ba?
Sir, the withdrawal of accreditation emanated from the head office.
Sino sa head office?
From the...
It appears, Mr. Chair, pag sa withdrawal, denial, processing of accreditation, tama po kayo, there is a lack of efficiency. But when it comes to processing of claims, kahit patay na, very efficient kayo.
There was an official media statement on the status of accreditation of WellMed Dialysis Center issued by then Officer in Charge, Office of the President and CEO, Mr. Ruben John A. Basa.
Ma'am, can I cut you short? You are the same Miss Hilda Salvacion Diaz, who is a recipient of a letter coming from Miss Lolita Tulyao, dated June 7, 2019, wherein it was stated that we should put on hold the processing of claims filed by WellMed. Are you the same Hilda Salvacion Diaz?
That's correct, Your Honor. I have the letter in front of me that came from the branch manager of NCR Central.
So it is incorrect for you to say that you're unaware, you're not cognizant of what transpired before, even though you're not the chair of the ASC committee.
I am aware, sir, because I was the one who signed the recommendation for the withdrawal of accreditation in February of 2019.
So in effect, you're not lying before this committee?
I am not lying, Your Honor. I recommended on the decision of the accreditation subcommittee to recommend the withdrawal of accreditation to the head office po because withdrawal of accreditation is lodged in the head office.
And it is no longer your duty, Madam, to inform Dr. C that their accreditation was withdrawn.
That's correct, Your Honor. As far as I'm concerned, the head office was the one who issued the withdrawal of accreditation. My role was to...
I'll just stop you there para malinaw. The head office is the one that issues the accreditation. Are you furnished a copy of the receipt of that accreditation? Nakukuha nyo ba yung natanggap na nila yung accreditation?
Sir, it's the region that issues the accreditation. But the recommendation of withdrawal of accreditation was from the region to the head office. Kasi po...
Akala ko ba head office? So, region, withdrawal accreditation.
Po.
Accreditation. Pero withdrawal, like I said, my question is very clear. Sabi nyo, nag-i-issue region. Ngayon, ang nag-i-issue ng withdrawal of accreditation is the national head office. Now, pag nagpadala sila ng withdrawal of accreditation, meron ba kayo nakukuha ang kopya? Oy, withdraw na namin yan. Alisto ka dyan. Pag nakita mo nag-operate, tuloy mo. Tama ba yan?
Yung withdrawal of accreditation po na statement was provided po sa aming Outlook and that was what we received.
So you have a copy. You're aware.
Yes po.
You're aware.
Yes po.
Bakit sinasabi lang wala sila ng withdrawal? Meron ba kayo received copy?
June 4, yung isa lang po yung may...
No, June 14, temporary yan, di ba?
Yun, nakatanggap po.
Sa June 18, can you show us a copy? Meron ba kayo, Senator Tolentino? Meron ka ba nung withdrawal of accreditation receipt?
It's not part of my attachment, but
then
I can ask again.
No, we will ask them to produce it.
I have another question to the late
The
lady.
question that I asked her is so that there will be efficiency. Dahil pagka withdraw, dapat alis na lahat, di ba? Everybody is on notice to withdraw na.
Yes, Mr. Chair. But the lady kept insisting that the communication available to her recollection is just the June 14, 2019 communication temporarily suspending payment.
No, but she said June 18, alam niya na nag-withdraw na, di ba?
But Ms. Diaz, tama po bang sabihin ko na a day before, June 13, 2019, Dennis Mas, Senior Vice President, forwarded a letter to a certain Hilda Salvacion Diaz. Kayo po ba yun? Directing you to effect the temporary suspension of payment against WellMed.
That's correct.
Oh, so
Your Honor.
hindi lang ang pinag-uusapan natin na naaalala mo, yung June 14 letter, meron palang June 13 letter pa, a day before.
Kasi po, actually po, ako po yung sumulat sa legal sector po namin noon kay Attorney Del Rosario to ask the legal sector to recommend to the President and CEO
the withdrawal of accreditation of WellMed.
Actually, temporary suspension po ang I recall na ni-recommend ko po para ho, kasi ang temporary suspension of payment of claims po can only be done by the President and CEO of PhilHealth.
Ano po yung sinasabi nyo, yung prior to June 14, but I can, again, to refresh your memory, there is another memorandum, ma'am, March 27, 2019, coming from Dr. Israel Pargas, addressed to a certain Hilda Salvacion Diaz. Nakalagay po dito, we would like to reiterate Corporate Order 2017-0033, etc., blah, 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 has been granted already, and withdrawal of such should be supported by evidence establishing that HCP is absolutely at fault, addressed to the same Hilda Salvacion Diaz. The same person, ma'am?
The same person, Your Honor. That is why, if I may po...
So, ang dami lang po nito. So, hindi lang po ito yung June 14. Kung iba-backtrack po natin, medyo mahirap lang. Meron pa tayong January 24, 2019, wherein a certain Riza Mahelia Herrera of the Accreditation Department forwarded again a memorandum to a certain Hilda Salvacion Diaz. Is that you?
Correct, Your Honor.
Revealing that WellMed Dialysis Center committed fraudulent acts of filing benefit claims for dead individuals. Sa'yo po yun?
Yes, Your Honor. That is why, on February 7, my accreditation subcommittee met and they recommended a withdrawal of accreditation, which I signed on February 11. So,
it is now incorrect to conclude that there is just one document dated June 14, 2019. Ang dami na ho nito if we backtrack all of this, Madam.
I have the complete chronology po.
Can you provide this committee the chronological attachments relative to what I just mentioned, the various dates,
Yes, Your
including the dates I just omitted?
Yes, Your Honor. I will give you the complete
With all due respect to
documentation.
Senator Tolentino, I just want to know sa point of inquiry, what is the point? If the point is to say that she has been remiss, she has said that she has already recommended the withdrawal, and then
No,
there's
the point, Mr. Chair, is that we have been belabored by several instances of inefficiencies. We have been given red flags of inefficiencies. We have been shown an elaborate web of how we are not supposed to know what can be backtracked, save for the exhaustive investigation report that I have and the results that this committee would probably conclude. Ang nakikita ko pong mali dito, sa loob lamang noong kanilang ahensya ay napakasalimuot na nung proseso, na maging sila mismo ay hindi nila alam kung kailan sila sumulat, sino yung sinulatan, hindi nila alam kung na-withdraw na yung accreditation, na-reinstate yung accreditation. So Mr. Chair, pakatapos po siguro ng lahat ng ito, aside from the possible prosecution, siguro panahon na po para kay General Morales na yung bureaucratic rigmarole, kung ano man yon, maayos natin. Kailangan po yon sa PhilHealth na kung ang taong bayan na nahihirapang magproseso ng kanilang mga papeles, yung mga tao sa loob, internally, napakagulo rin ho nung proseso. Hindi na natin alam kung kailan yung memorandum lumabas. Si Dr. C, ewan ko kung nagsasabi siya ng totoo, na first time niya natanggap noong June 2019, na na-withdraw na pala yung accreditation nila. Can we have a more responsive, transparent, internal, circulars, memoranda, na lahat siguro nagkakaintindihan?
Pinakamagandang ebidensya niyan, na-receive nila. Meron ba kayong copy nun? Na-receive nila yung 18, na-receive nila yung 14. Meron ba kayo nun?
I will have to
That's the first point. The second point is, that is the point of my question. Tila hindi kayo nag-uusap, dumadaan pa sa national, samantalang meron naman kayo regional, meron kayo head ng NCR, dapat nagkakaalaman kayo. Yun ang point ni Senator Tolentino. If I
correct, Mr. Chair.
Yun ang point doon. Para lang ma-improve. And third point, I'd like to say na ang PhilHealth is duty-bound to make sure that the turnaround time in payment is done fast and efficiently. Because, sabi, malulugi yung mga hospital, baka hindi mabayaran yung pasyente, lalong mahihirapan. So we're taxing them to be fast, but at the same time, we're taxing them to be more efficient. That is the whole point. And that's the whole point of this meeting. Hindi naman kami naghahanap dito ng babarilin o execute, pero unless may mali talaga. And that is why the call of every senator here ay maging efficient tayo. At pag nakita namin, talagang hindi nyo ginagawa, kaya nga sinasabi niya, natanggap niya June 14, wala naman kayo may pakita na na-receive yung June 18, kaya nagkakaroon ng lukuhan dito, patay na yung tao, nagdadialysis pa, pangit na pangit para sa gobyerno yan. Pangit na pangit sa nagbabayad ng premium. Di po ba tama yun? Ma'am, meron ba kayo may papakita na gano'n?
ko lang po
Na yung receive lang. Yung receive.
Receive po na claim na...
Receive na sinabi sa kanya, withdraw na yung accreditation nyo on 18.
Ang masasabi ko pa lang po na napareceive ko sa kanya po ay yung temporary suspension of payment of claims noong June 14 po.
So tuloy-tuloy pa siya, temporary lang. Pwede pa siyang tumuloy. May pag-asa pa siyang tumuloy.
Matatag na po yung kanilang claims.
I know, I'm with you. Ang sinasabi ko lang, may pag-asa pa, lumalabas may pag-asa pa siyang hinaharap na pag na-lift niya yung temporary, tuloy-tuloy na naman siya. Pero pag sinabi niyong 18, may papel kayo, hindi niyo masabi sa akin, meron ba kayong binigay, meron ba kayong hawak na papel na on the 18th of June, meron na kayong withdrawal ng accreditation na na-receive nila?
Yung pong head office po ang mga kasagot.
Tinanong ko na yan kanina, meron ba kayo Mr. Del Rosario?
The accreditation department should be in better position.
Sa inong accreditation department, yan ang mahirap. See, dito lang, nalilito ang mga senador sa inyo, nagtuturuan kayo. Very confusing.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator, sir.
Further questions, Mr. Chair. I yield the floor.
Sige, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Is there an answer to the question? Yung accreditation yung mukhang may problema. Ba't kayo nagagalit? Ba't kayo nagagalit? Ba't kayo mag-away dyan? Ano ho yan? You're stressed. Hindi pa kayo nag-uulot. Kala ko kinakaway niyo ako. Kala ko may crush kay Senator Dillon. Sino ba sa amin? Raise your right hand, please. State your name.
Dr. Liza Mahelia Lee Herrera.
Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this proceeding?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please sit down. Answer the question. Do you have proof na na-receive na nila?
No, sir. The process in sending documents to the healthcare providers is it is always through the regions.
So, babalik tayo kay you know what it's making you look like right now, ha? Nagpipingpong kayo. Ano ba ito? US tennis nandun sa Amerika, wala dito. Go ahead, oh. Ano sagot mo doon? Salvacion Diaz pa naman. Save the day.
Ask,
Ask the question to the chair.
Sir, hindi ko po na...
Sabi niya, nasa inyo raw ang responsibility na padala yon. Kaya sa inyo dapat merong resibo na natanggap na.
I will have to ask my healthcare development.
Tama talaga si Senator Tolentino. Talagang kayo. Naguhukay tayo dito. Kailangan hukayin natin para lumabas yan. Koha, will you please take note? Si Chairman? Ito, efficiency ito eh. Ha? Kaya nga sinasabi namin, dapat nagmo-monitor kayo. Ito ang binigyan ng accreditation. Ito ang withdraw ng accreditation. Ito ang nagbabayad ng premium. Ito ang mga region na hindi nagbabayad. Every week, every day kung necessary, cumulative, tinitingnan nyo para mahuhuli natin. Tama po ba yan? Ang dami-dami nyo dyan, hindi nyo inaayos. Do you bother to talk to each other?
Your Honor, may I be allowed to to submit if my region received
allowed to
an
do what?
instruction from the head office to issue the
Are you looking
withdrawal
for
of-
instruction? Now tell me something. Do you need to be instructed, ma'am? Alam nyo, nagluloko na isa, bari may kalukuhan, ha? At meron ng instruction ng region, dapat gagalaw na kayo on your, it's called initiative.
Yes, Your Honor, I understand that.
I'm glad you do. Hindi initiative. Initiative. Dapat kayo nakikilos kagad.
Yes, Your Honor.
So harapin ninyo yung dokumento, ibigay nyo sa amin next time, post haste. At huwag tayo magturuan because it really makes the government look bad.
It's not my hindi
Purpose to
ko
do so.
Hindi ko po ugali na magturo ng
Eh, natuturuan nga kayo. Sabi mo kanina sila, tapos sinuruli sa iyo. Waste of time. Yes, go ahead. Meron pang kasunod.
One final point, Mr. Chair. In fairness
No, you can have many final
In
points.
fairness to Ms. Diaz, dito sa mga nabanggit kong pangalan, ito po yung dokumento, yung exhaustive investigation na nakahabla na, wala naman po kayo dito. Kaya siguro, makakatulog kayo ng mahimbing ngayong gabi at huwag kayo magagalit sa akin. Binanggit ko lang yon kasi sa inyo magmumula if we backtrack all of this. Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Salamat din po, Your Honor. Gusto
National
din
Bureau of
pong
Investigation.
lumabas ang katotohanan.
Meron ba kayong kasong final sa WellMed?
Yes, Your
Nakafile na. Di ba? Alam ko, nakafile na kayo.
That's the first case that
Nagkamali pa doon sa lower court ata, no?
Yes.
Oh, na-dismiss, di ba?
It was dismissed for lack of jurisdiction.
Na jurisdiction.
Yes. It
Di
was
ba?
already refiled by the National Prosecution Service before the Metropolitan Trial Court.
Oh, so na-refile nyo na?
Hindi po kami ang nag-refile. It's the National Prosecution
Oh,
Service.
alam nyo ba kung na-refile?
Yes, Your Honor. It
Oh,
was
tinatanong nga
refiled.
kita eh. Dahil sagot doon, sir,
Yes.
na-refile. Nag-refile na yung prosecution service.
Yes. It was refiled on August 19 by the National Prosecution Service.
Oh, so yun ang status ngayon?
Yes.
Alright. So, importante yan because you have to enforce it eh. Kundi lulukuhin tayo. I have to remind everybody na itong perang ito, kami lahat dito, itong perang ito, meron kayong 65 billion a year. Meron pa kayong premiums na kinukuha. Pagka nalustay ang kawawa ang tao. Magagalit sa inyo ang tao. Alright? Hindi lang galit. I would not want to think. Isa nakakasindak. Now, limbawa, sinasabi nga rito, government subsidy nyo, 67.3 billion 2019, 60.6 billion 2018. Tuloy-tuloy ang subsidy. Eh ngayon, kung hindi nyo magawa yan, eh talaga magkakaroon tayo. Ang premise nyo, 2018, 132.5 billion. Siguro isa kayo sa kukonting opisina ng gobyerno na lumalampas ng 200 billion ang hinahawakan yung pera. Kaya dapat lalo kayo maingat. Alright? At ang problema ko, pagdating pa ng Universal Healthcare Law, alam nyo, nag-aaral kami na isang gabi, kaya nakahanda sila. O, pag sinabi ko na, ito lumalabas, may efficiency, walang turuan. Universal Healthcare Law 2020-2 278.8 billion. Palaki ng palaki. Kung ganyan ang patakbo nyo, siguro i-recommend namin overhaul PhilHealth. Hindi lang yung chairman, hindi lang yung presidente, pero overhaul and let's invent a better mousetrap. Because we cannot afford to lose this. It is as important as SSS. It's as important as GSIS. If we botch this job, patay-patay ang tao. So I will not make any more, preaching here. Because I think you all know what I'm talking about. Now, any questions? Senator Lacson, would you like to continue? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I will ask you a question now. Hindi ko tinatanong. I will now ask you a question.
Sir,
Go
since
ahead.
I was young, I've respected you so much. FYI lang po to this honorable committee because I was once a chairman of the PhilHealth Board. Nung last day po, nung magpapalitan na in June, there was a very heated board meeting because we noticed and we realized that the CAAC, or the Committee on Appeal of Administrative Cases, 100% sinusustain lang po nila yung recommendation ng Accreditation Committee so that there will be full accountability and transparency. We change that. Ang nangyayari po, aside dito sa committee, pag may appeal, involve ang PhilHealth President and the CEO. That provide, the question being said by Senator Tolentino is correct. Kasi ito yung nag-accredit, mag-a-appeal ka naman dun sa nag-issue ng accreditation, it defeats the purpose. So the appeal was supposed to be elevated to the President, who in turn will have direct communication with the chairman and the members of the board. However, we do not know that when we left office, binalik ulit sa CAAC. So it became a repeat.
Please don't talk in terms of acronyms. I really hate them.
Sorry, sir. CAAC is the Committee on Appealed Admin Cases. Ibig po sabihin, ito yung nag-accredit. Pag tinanggalan ito ng accreditation, or pag inaccredit siya, may problema, mag-a-appeal.
Dapat siya iba.
Yes, sir. Because
yun ang sinabi nila, di ba?
Naging iba siya, sir. Pero when we left, binalik ulit sa lumang organizational structure. In other words,
so what you're saying is the one who accredits will be hesitant to discredit them dahil pangit sa kanya, mukhang nagkamali siya sa pag-accredit.
Yes,
diba sinasabi nyo?
To a committee wherein the decision...
No, answer my question first. Ako nag-accredit, nagkalat yan, ako rin ang magdi-disaccredit, natanggalin ko accreditation, I would hesitate. Ang sinasabi nyo, dahil dati, merong ibang para wala talagang walang lusot, di ba?
Yes, sir. Yung powers po kasi napunta lang na itong legal, siya mag-accredit, siya din yung sasagot ng mga appeal, kaya hiniwala yon, in-involve yung president, at least yung president would have communication with the chairman and the board para alam ng lahat.
Okay, let me just ask a question now for everybody to answer, and anybody who is first will answer. Ang problema mukhang collusion, ano? Tumawag agad si Chairman Aguinaldo. Mabuhay ang General Aguinaldo. Do you agree, Mr. Aguinaldo? COA? Maraming mga collusion kayo nakikita? You're blushing.
I don't want to preempt.
You don't want to preempt?
I don't want to preempt.
But it appears. You remember?
Obviously, there's some things that can't be done that way. But the investigation also has to look at medyo holistic rin. You also have to look at like the total amount of claims, the total number of claims, and then yung percentage. But obviously for fraud to occur, usually collusion is a prerequisite.
But sir, di ba, ang collusion di lang naman sa PhilHealth. Collusion among the hospital, the providers, the doctors. At kung magkamisan, sila na nagkukonsya ba, habaan ko ito, bigyan mo ko, meron ka dito, meron tayo, happy tayo lahat. Tama ba yan?
Opo.
Yun ang kalaban. So, it's easy to say, even without all these shenanigans happening, that is something that we have to prevent. Now, is there anything being done to kayo, Dick Morales, na kung kayo ay may gagawin na para ma-improve yung situation sa PhilHealth because you're going to get more money? It's easy here to fix the blame. It's easier to say. Kaya nga ako holistic ang approach ko eh. Nakikita ko yung dashboard. Kung may dashboard kayo araw-araw, makikita nyo, mapiprevent nyo. Would that be correct, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. So, meron ba kayong ginagawa ngayon na mag-aaral dyan?
Yes, Your Honor. We are negotiating with a consultancy firm to help us in the transformation.
Oh, and this is not rocket science. All insurance companies in the world would have that, right?
That's
You have a
right,
lot of
Your Honor.
templates to do, right?
Yes, Your
Now,
Honor.
at the same time, would you recommend, therefore, na imbis na NBI, or maybe a composite team, maybe a new organization that will now police it by having what you call an anti-fraud unit specifically for PhilHealth, be undertaken? Would that be good? Not within PhilHealth, independent of PhilHealth, perhaps to help also COA, pero you have an independent firm that will investigate anti-fraud, clearly say, this is fraudulent practice, tuloy-tuloy na sa kaso, hindi na dadaan sa inyong bureaucracy. That's what the FBI does. They have a special automatic anti-fraud insurance. That is what we're proposing right now.
I understand, Your Honor, the NBI has already an anti-fraud unit.
But ang NBI, ang liit-liit, magkano bang budget ng NBI? Would you like me to tell you about your budget? Talo-talo kayo ng PNP. Ito talaga, pwede manggaling ang pondo sa inyo eh. You have enough resources to do that. Pero dapat independent. O department karoon kayo ng anti-fraud. Dedicated anti-fraud, hindi ba? Pwede ba yan, Secretary Duque?
Your Honor, yung anti-fraud, usually it is an imperative, a requirement in social security systems like PhilHealth, GSIS, SSS. So, ang DOH mismo, it is the provider of population-based healthcare services. So, yung mga fraud pagdating sa pagbibigay ng mga...
Yeah, but you're the chairman eh.
Well,
you're the chairman.
Yeah, as
At
chairman.
DOH, di ba? Ang tinatanong ko lang sourcing ng fund. Pero I think even PhilHealth can do that if you make it profitable. Yes, Dr. Lechan.
Sir, ang napansin ko lang ho nung pagpasok ko ng PhilHealth, dapat ho meron hong third eye na private firm na pinropose ho namin nun. But because of the term of reference na maaaring unconstitutional, meaning to say, you need to audit the internal auditor. Because the COA would actually see yung inefficiency but not corruption. It's post-audit. So, let's say, ang PhilHealth will spend 3 to 4 billion a week. You have to...
4 billion a week.
They're paying 3 to 4 billion a week. So, therefore, dapat yung profit and losses mo, dapat weekly ang pag-follow up mo, hindi afterwards.
That's why I'm saying you need a daily monitor, practically.
Yes, sir. And then, the reason for recidivism, sir, a crime of this magnitude is always a group crime. Meaning to say, it has to involve the healthcare provider.
Tagalogin mo, hindi maintindihan. It's always a group crime.
Dapat, sir, ang involvement nito malaki from the
Then, maaari
sa
magkaroon ng
hospital,
konsyudahan.
sa doktor, sa pasyente, sa tauhan ng PhilHealth. Kasi hindi, sir, mangyayari itong ganitong kalaki kung hindi ito group crime.
Correct.
Ngayon, hindi mo ito mahuhuli kung wala kang adequate monitoring system na para kang visionaryo bago pa mangyari yon. In the corporate system, ang ginagawa dyan, you have a third eye na tumitingin dun sa auditor. Kasi ang COA, makikita na lang yan after 1 year. And then late na yun, sir. So, yun lang ang napansin ko dyan, na dapat meron kang expert na titingin dun para hindi bias yun eh. And then, walang napaparusahan masyado, kaya paulit-ulit siya eh. And ang ginawa natin nun, if you remember, in-increase yung charter from 50 to 100,000 to 200,000 per count, tapos sususpendihin yung doktor o yung hospital kung may collusion at meron kulong na 6 months to 6 years under the revised penal code. Eh, ang nangyari, if you remember the old charter, is either bayad lang at suspension. Ngayon, ang nangyari ngayon, naawa ngayon kami mga nandun sa PhilHealth, na isususpend mo yung malaking hospital para lang sa maliit na kapirasong problema. I'm not saying it's wrong, but nagbago na yung mga event, particularly in the perpetual SOCOR system, sa health service system, na merong supervening events na. So if let's say we suspend the hospital, the community ang magsasuffer doon. Kaya binago ng...
Ang ibig sabihin, yung perpetual SOCOR, if I read my facts correctly, there are 300 beds. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Dito ang isa sa pinakamalaking ospital.
Sa Cebu, sir. Pero Marami pa, sir, cases dyan. Let's say,
Pero ang sinasabi mo, pag there must be a better way to discipline them, na pagka sinara mo, hindi matatamaan yung healthcare system. Meron pa rin tatakbo ng tao. Kung wala na silang PhilHealth, hindi na sila makakapagsilbi. Yun ang sinasabi mo, di ba?
Yan ang sinasabi ko, sir. Kaya nga, binago namin itong old scale.
Pero nga, kaya nga, sinabi ko kanina, kung yung doktor ang nagluluko, tinitignan ko itong criminal cases na pinafile sa 2019, iisa pa lamang. Is this confirmed, Mr. President Morales, na dito lamang sa PRO2, Dr. Arnel Reynon, 30 July 2019, filed with Prosecutor's Office, still awaiting any action from concerned Prosecutor's Office for the Court of Competent Jurisdiction. The rest, blanco. Which means, mukhang hindi gumagalaw, hindi umiiral, yung nagluluko, hindi napaparusahan. Tama po ba yan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then you see, you have a problem right away. Kung nakikita niyo yan, wala nangyayari, dapat you call the attention, makikita niyo doon sa kanilang monthly performance or weekly performance, o may mga fraud dyan. Anong ginawa mo dyan? Tama po ba yan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Nagagawa nyo na yun ngayon, I'm sure.
Not yet, Your Honor.
Not yet. Baka maubusan na kayo. Mapalitan kayo ulit. I know you're trying to do your best and we will support you for whatever it's worth. No? Madali naman magsalita dito pero yung suporta kailangan manggaling pa rin sa kung ano. But anyway, the institution has got to be protected. Yes, Mr. Paras. Baka sabihin ni Senator Dilong, Brad kita. Walang Brad dito.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. I've been wanting to intercede earlier.
Please get to the point.
Yung pong ano po, kanina po, yung kay Mrs. Diaz, in fairness to her, hindi po yun yung final yung kanila, ma'am. Kanila, Mr. Chairman. Their withdrawal for accreditation is not final. It goes to a higher body. Kaya, as you will see, sinabi ni Mr. T, na hindi pa nila natanggap yung notice that they are suspended.
Hindi kaya please the volume. Dapat i-withdraw mo accreditation, ginagawa yung bureaucracy para bumagal yung proseso, para hindi mapigil kaagad yung katiwalian. Then pinapasa-pasa. That is bureaucracy, di ba?
Opo, pero mayroon po kasing under our procedure, mayroong higher accreditation body. Pero ito sila, ni-reverse nila yung, hindi nila inaksyonan yung ano, kaya natuloy-tuloy po yung operation ng WellMed. Kaya this is a misgiving na dapat imbestigahan sana ng NBI itong mga higher level ng accreditation kasi hindi nila inaksyonan kaya nagtuloy-tuloy yung operation pa rin ng WellMed.
Yes, I think we are aware.
But they are getting scot-free, Mr. Chairman.
I think we are aware of the infirmities. Now we fix the problem. Kung alam natin yon, President Morales, are you doing something about that? Or is this an education to you as much as it is ours here?
This is part of our internal probe, sir. We're also still probing this case.
Pero kailangan may action na tayo dahil how long have you been there? About 3. I know it's too early, but you hit the ground running and you try to make sure na hindi na pwede yan. We'll shut the door here, di ba? Dapat pwede nang gawin yan eh. Katulad yan, right away, pagka may withdraw of accreditation, meron na kayong proseso, bigay nyo yung kopya, kasaan yan, and then you double check kung na-withdraw na talaga yung accreditation. Di ba? Madali naman yun, kaya naman yan, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
You won't lose more hair over it, right?
There's no more, Your Honor.
Thank you, there's no more. Alright, the point here is, let us start looking for ways to fix this problem. Merong always challenges eh, di ba? There are doctors, for example, unconscionable ito. Meron na ba tayong nahuli? Di ba meron kayo isang hospital, can you give it to me? Na ang pneumonia cases or, somebody help me here? Pneumonia cases ay sobra-sobra, tatlumpung bed, puro pneumonia or puro dialysis tayo? Mindanao? Sipon lang, ginawang pneumonia. Region 8, ano yun? Ilan yun? Borongan. Borongan is, Basamar. Oo, malapit kay Janet. Latest si Janet, di ba? So, Regional Director of that area, please stand up. Can you please come forward so we can see you here? Kaya pala tumatago ka kanina doon, tinawag pa kita, natatandaan kita. Sabi ko, bumalik ka doon sa gitna. Hindi kita kilala. Doon sa tabi ni Juan, para we can have Beauty and the Beast. Biro lang yan, huwag kang mapipikon, no? Ano, mamamatay ka sa consumption dito sa naririnig ko rito, eh. So, totoo ba yun? Did you give me the facts here? I have that last night. Ano ba yung facts na yun? Can you help us here, Mr. Morales? Dick, tukayo?
I beg your pardon, Your Honor.
Ha?
I beg your pardon. I didn't get the question, Your Honor.
Yung hospital doon, maliit, pero ang daming pneumonia cases. Physically impossible. Para ba hindi pinag-usapan natin yan every day? Ganito karami every day? Masaan yun? I'm sorry, kinukuha lang yung papel. But I can prove what I'm saying. Every day, dusay-dusay na. Tama ba yan? Can you please introduce yourself? Mr. Suave. May bigote ka kasi. Ano pangalan mo?
Good afternoon, Your Honors. I am Dr. Leo Douglas Cardona.
Leo?
Douglas Cardona Jr.
Douglas Cardona. Ganda ng pangalan mo. Leon na, Douglas pa. O, sige. Go, sige.
Of Region 8.
I know you're from Region 8.
Yeah.
Answer the question.
Yeah.
Sa'yo ba yun?
Yes, sir. That is my area. But
alam ko yun ang area mo. Nangyari
yes,
ba
but
sa'yo?
I am sorry to disappoint you.
No, you're not going to disappoint me.
Because that data is for 2016. I only assume February of this year in that region.
Nonetheless,
the best person to answer this question are the regional vice president during the time, not me. I was aware of this data because this was presented.
Leo Douglas ba? Leon?
Leo lang, sir. Minus N.
Leo, as in lion.
Leo only.
Leo nga. Nasabi ng Leo. Ayun man, Leo. Napanood mo ba yung Juan? Napanood mo ba yung kay... yung... Never mind. Di ba? Nakikita mo, umupo ka doon sa lugar mo.
Yes, sir.
Ang unang gagawin mo, ano? Titignan mo yung record ng lugar mo because that is your benchmark, correct?
Yes, sir. I did already.
O, alam mo pala, ba't pinapatagal mo pa? Para ka nagbibureaucracy sa akin. Ano yung nakita mo? Yan ba yun?
The comparable data now is not the same with that. In 2016 as
I was
today.
just making a point here. I'm not fixing the wind. Don't push your hands and kumukover ka. Yan ba yung oras? Oras, Doctors Hospital, number 5. 43 million for pneumonia cases. Ha? 20-bed hospital. 20 kama. 43 million. Ilang cases na ng pneumonia? Meron tayo niya kagabi. Nahihilo na yung staff ko, pati kami hilo na talaga. But if you divide that, 43 million, pneumonia, sinipon lang, umubo lang, pneumonia. Magkano bayad sa pneumonia? May 32,000, tama? 32,000 ba?
16, sir.
Ano case rate?
That is 15,000 for medium risk pneumonia.
Medium risk. Umabot ng 43 million, baka puro serious yan. Tapos Mariosep po, 43,426,040 pesos and change.
Sir, in all honesty and candor, I'm not covering up.
I am really you. Will you please listen? I know, I'm trying to lighten the load for everybody. That's why I make jokes here. I crack jokes, but I'm very serious here. I'm not accusing you. All I'm saying is, pag upo mo, hindi ko makita kayo, sabi ko, bago lang ho ako, sabi mo, o kung bago ka, ang unang gagawin mo, ano ba nangyari para may benchmark? I-improving ko ito. Tama ba yan? Pag upo ka, ako magpapakita ng gilas. Papakita ko parang gilas, hindi lang gilas basketball team na natalo 3 beses. Ang gilas ko, mananalo tayo rito, titigil yan. Tama ba yan?
Yes, sir.
So huwag kang iilag, hindi ikaw ang inaatake ko.
Yes, sir.
Pero
I'm
anong
sorry.
ginawa mo dyan ngayon? Yan bang oras? Gumagawa pa ba yan? Oras?
No more, sir.
Ha?
Hindi na ganyan ang
Anong
data,
record
sir.
sa'yo ngayon?
Half of that.
Malaki pa rin yun.
Sir, no, sir, I have to I have to clarify because you are looking at the numbers.
Oh.
Now, for us is 50 beds have increased to 70 beds. Oroga doctors this year is now 100 beds.
Ngayon, 100 beds na?
Yes, sir.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
100 beds?
Yes, sir.
Dahil ang laki na nasigil nila, nakapagpatayo na sila mas malaking ospital. Ganun ba? Ha?
I cannot comment on that.
My gosh! Nakita mo yan, hindi ka nag-imbestiga, paano kayo nakakuha ng 43 million? Ang tawag dyan, neglect. Di ba? Abi, papasok ako rito, ginagawa niyo yan, hindi ubre yan. Imbestigahin mo nga yan, tawagin mo NBI, bakit gano'n kalaki? 43 million.
Really?
O di PINOY?
Yes, there were investigations already conducted prior to my assumption.
What is the result of that investigation prior to your assumption?
The regional investigation.
What is the result?
There was no ghost patients. No ghost patients there were admitted. And because the diagnosis of the attending physicians were pneumonia, it was paid by the region. Second, there were 2 PIED investigations conducted by the central office. The region was not informed. The PIED people are here. They can report their investigations. The fact-finding and investigation department. They conducted 2 investigations in the region prior to my
I'm sorry,
assumption.
sir, my mistake. I apologize.
No problem, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My
sir.
mistake. Ang nangyari, may mas malaki pa. Tingnan niyo yung unang-una, 50,160,000. Borongan. Sa redistrict niya yun. Mukhang uso dyan yun, 50 million. Sa oras, Eastern Samar, 43 million. Ha? Bayad na lahat yan?
Yes, sir.
Bayad na lahat yan, di ba?
Yes, sir.
Now, tatanungin ko, Tukayo Dick, Mr. President, hindi niyo ba titignan niya kung talagang tama yung ginawa niya?
We are conducting a probe, Your Honor, but our probe is procedural, not punitive.
Hindi pa forensic.
We're not capable, Your Honor.
Can you ask the NBI already to conduct the probe para sigurado na tayo?
We are already being probed by the NBI, Your Honor.
No, yan specifically. You cannot prove everything. You have to make a statement. Pag may nahuli tayo na malaki at nahuli, matatakot na iba dyan, di ba?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Ganun yan eh. Yes, Dr. Roy.
Your Honor, I would like to say something about this. We had these anti-fraud measures, and during my stint, we installed this machine learning identification detection.
Sino ang previous director dyan? Sino ang regional director dyan sa Eastern Samar? Kung saan ba pinakamahirap, doon pa niyayari, oh. Mahirap lugar yan. That's a very poor area. Sino ang regional director dyan, Aro? Yes?
Sir, your question, bakit dun sa mababa, level 3? Kasi sir, yung mga primary hospitals sa Maynila, may monthly audit kami kung nagkakamali kami ng diagnosis. Who's gonna audit you kung ikaw ay nasa probinsya? Ikaw medical director, ikaw rin ang doktor, ikaw lahat.
Wala nag-audit sa'yo?
Wala mag-audit sa'yo. In urban hospital, monthly, kung nagkakasala ka, ikaw ay accountable to the chairman of...
Diba?
Yes, kung mali ang diagnosis mo.
That sounds like a problem for Dr. Duque. Dr. Duque, di ba dapat lahat ng mga ganyan, titingnan nyo yung mga procedures ng hospital? Department of Health kayo, you are the guardian of health in this country. Tataka tayo, ang laki-laki na pneumonia cases dyan, babayaran ng PhilHealth. Yung sinasabi ni Dr. Liachon, do you check, di ba, you are the medical director, you are the doctor, kung ano yung bigay mo, wala kang accountability whatsoever. Di ba dapat Secretary of Health, Department of Health should immediately assist right away?
Unless a complaint is raised to the DOH, kasi under regulatory authority ng
Bureau of Hospitals, di ba?
The health regulatory services, health facilities and regulatory services.
Sir,
SRPD.
di ba kayo nagsiset ng standards ng hospital?
Yes, tama po yun.
So kung yung sinasabi
Pati
ni
lisensya.
Dr. Liachon, there is that protocol so that the standards are always up and you keep going up, di ba? Kung merong hospital na pinapayagan kayong ganyan, tapos you sit in the board of PhilHealth, di ba dapat makikita natin yan? Kami nakita namin, ang laki-laki niyan, no? 2 hospital sa Eastern Samar, ang laki-laki. Tapos, wala yung post-mortem or post-event study, then I think I would take action if I were in this part of the field. I will call in right away the Bureau of Hospitals, is that what you call it? It's hospital standards, and take a look at that hospital. Tama po ba yan?
Tama po yun. I think the regional DOH, Region 8, has the capacity to do that, provided it has to work with PhilHealth, and PhilHealth in 2018 has laid out a system. This is the machine learning fraud detection, identification, detection, and analysis system. That is why it was possible for PhilHealth to identify these outliers. Now,
You know, when you talk like that,
sir.
you lose my attention.
Okay, sir. I'm sorry.
You really lose my attention because ang tinatanong ko, gumalaw kayo. Kalugin mo yung mga doktor. Alampagin mo, tawagin mo, bakit ganyan? Regional director, anong ginagawa mo dyan?
Usually,
I will call you later. Go ahead.
Usually kasi, Mr. Chairman, yung mga ganitong red flags na huhuli ito doon sa data na nakikita, doon po sa sinabi ko, yung MIDAS, yung fraud detection. So, na-flag yan at dapat that should signal, magiging signal po ito sa PhilHealth na puntahan yan. Dahil obvious 20 bed, pulse pneumonia, ganito kalaki ang binahin ng PhilHealth, may problema kayo rito. So, puntahan yan.
Alright, my question now is, when was this detected? When did you first see these figures? And who saw it? Yes, Roberto Salvador. Yung isa Salvacion, ito Salvador. Parang kayo Savior, Sige.
Sir, merong data ang PhilHealth about the number of claims of pneumonia kaysa CIO meron kasi kami tinatawag na Health Information Data Analytic Committee. So during the time of Inday, kinreate namin to kasi nakita nga namin na tumataas ang case ng pneumonia. And ang reason bakit tumataas ang mga casing natin, nung naupo kami, nakita namin na wala palang chart submission. Na hindi po humingi ang PhilHealth ng chart sa mga sakit ng
mga charts.
Yes. So wala pong way para makita kung talaga bang pneumonia yan, AGE yan, dengue or UTI. So kaya po ang ginawa namin kaagad, binalik namin yung chart review dun sa 4 na common na
diseases. Ngayon, bumaba na ba yan?
Sir, nung binalik namin yan 2007, drastically nakita namin bumaba.
Bumaba yan ngayon, dahil kinurek nyo.
Pero ang problem, sir, maraming magagaling na doktor. Doon sa mga sakit naman na hindi namin binabantayan, doon naman tumaser.
Saan yun? Halimbawa?
For example, yung hyperactive airway, debridement. So doon sa mga binantayan namin yung sakit, bumaba, pero naghanap sila ng ibang diagnosis na hindi namin binabantayan. Kaya ngayon po, with Dr. Roy, meron kaming tinatawag na CF4.
Sounds like you need a group with the Philippine Medical Association, ethics, and Department of Health, PhilHealth, NBI para ma-solve yan.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me lang.
Thank you.
Yes, Roy. Roy, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Ituloy ko lang po yung sinabi ni Dr. Salvador with regards this MIDAS and HIDAC system. Actually, mapinpoint po natin yung spikes, kung ano yung mga different conditions na inaabuso yung claims. At hindi lang po yun, nakikita rin ho natin kung anong hospital o kung saan region, hospital, at ang doktor na nagkukumito nito. Kagaya po ng isang sample po na CS, cesarean section, sa isang lugar, nakita ho namin na madalas ang cesarean section sa Nueva Ecija.
Pumasok yung cesarean section naman?
Yes.
Can you go to Nueva Ecija, please? Cesarean section?
So, yung kwan po, wala na pong limit ang cesarean section. In fact, yung dapat normal delivery, nagsi-CSO kagad. So, nag-spike ko doon. So, makikita ko namin yung region, and then nakita ko namin yung hospital, at na-trace namin din po yung doktor. So, ngayon, ang kailangan natin i-follow up sa fact-finding investigation para kumuha tayo ng ebidensya. Yun ang ginagawa ko namin ngayon, actually. Na nakikita na namin yung mga...
Okay, pag nakita nyo ganyan kataas ang spike at hindi may paliwanag, palit na kagad yung regional, yung vice president dyan, di ba?
Yes, sir.
Now, ang tanong ko sa inyo, magkano ginagastos? I never asked a question I don't know the answer for. I just want you to verify. Magkano ginagastos ng PhilHealth weekly?
2 to 3 billion per week benefit payout po sa ating healthcare providers.
Benefit payout, 3.4 billion a week.
2 to 3 billion pesos po.
Sa akin, 3.4 billion a week.
3.4.
Sorry, 3 to 4 billion.
Yes, yes.
3 to 4 billion a week. I don't know if any government entity can spend as much as you guys do. So therefore, dapat man-to-man guarding tayo dyan. And to me, that is one of our going to be our recommendations. Senator Lacton, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this may be connected to overpayment and overcharges and overcharging. I wonder if Secretary Duque or President Morales or anybody for that matter have heard of rediscounting of claims. Ito, medyo rampant ito, particularly in Region 8.
I'm sorry.
Kung mayroong claims na, alimbawa, amounting to 100 million, bibili nila ng 80 million. And that could be the reason why there's a lot of overcharging and overpayment. Kasi nawiwili yung mga nagpipinance dyan. I wonder if you heard about that. Anybody? Dr. Liachon?
Sir, I heard about it. Well, narinig ko yan, Senator Lacson. In fact, pumunta sa opisina yung whistleblower niya when I was nung nasa kaak ako. Pumunta siya at sinabi niya na ayaw siyang bayaran. Kung hindi babayaran siya, kunyari, ang claims ay 80 million, 70 million, kailangan maglagay ka ng 7 million. Kung hindi kita babayaran. So, ang nangyayari, siyempre, palalaki mo yung delayed claims mo. Diba? So, para kabayaran. Yan ay dokumentado sa lower house. At meron kaming minutes yan sa executive session. Ang nangyari pa nga yan, to tell you honestly,
7 million? 7 million?
Yes, sir.
Sino yan?
Sir, it's in the minutes that
you're here. Privileged itong communication nyo rito. Just quote the minutes.
It's in the minutes is not with me.
But you know about it, right?
Right, because it is it's a resolution coming from Congressman Harry Roque.
Oh.
Congressman Harry Roque, Resolution House 767, introduced by Secretary Roque to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation of alleged corruption and irregularities in the operation.
Get to the point, please.
Ang inimbestigahan, sir, to, I will submit this, sir.
How do you get to the point?
Okay.
Saan mo? Saan yung tamang lugar?
Okay. Si Dr. Francis Lopez, based on this document, kumakain siya sa St. Luke's BGC. Nilapitan siya ng isang doktor, nagkangalan Dr. David Goseng Fiao. Andyan siya ngayon.
Yes, sir. Maybe we should hear from Dr. Goseng Fiao because siya mismo yung involved eh. Yung 7 million, di ba?
Sige, mag-overview ka muna.
Okay.
Ko si Goseng Fiao.
Pagkatapos nun, si Dr. Francis Lopez, kinabahan. Sabi niya, email ko kay Tony. Baka may mangyari sa akin.
Sino Tony?
Ako, sir.
Ikaw ba yan?
Kasi akong vice chair ng KAAK.
Ako si Eddie ka.
Hindi, sir.
Sige, go ahead.
In-email niya sa akin, para sa ganun, in-email niya sa akin yung kwento Kinuwento niya, sir, then email it to
Ang
himself.
hihingi na 7 million, tinatataasa nila yung bayad para merong 7 million yun ang hihingi. Tama?
Yan.
Okay, let's go talk to Dr. Goseng
Yeah. Dr. Goseng Piao, please.
Kung magpana mo ba sa Senator Go?
Please narrate your
Hindi.
please narrate your personal experience para direct from the horse's mouth.
Huwag naman, horse. You've been sworn to already, right? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Dr. Goseng Piao.
Sir, actually, kagabi tinawagan po ako ni
You may sit down.
Dr. Tony.
Lapit ka lang
And he
mo ang
asked me to
microphone.
make a short presentation. So I made one, if it's okay with
Sige,
You have a
please,
presentation?
go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead, para for clarity.
Sige.
Bigyan mo na lang dito sa staff ko.
Naswear na kayo, no? Naswear na? Nakita mo siya. Nakita ko siya kayo.
Chairman, hanggang hindi tayo tumitigil ng inquiry dito sa PhilHealth, hindi maubos ang anomalies.
That's correct. I am aware of that. But this is a very big
I will
mark.
keep
No?
on
7
coming.
million? Wow. For a company that is spending 3.5 billion a week, or 3 to 4 billion.
And mind you, during the DBCC briefing a while ago, this morning, we found out that PhilHealth is one of the top
Spenders.
GOCCs na sinasubsidize ng government.
Correct.
Pinakamalaking subsidy ng gobyerno, PhilHealth.
I already said kung magkano yung kanila nakukuha. I think this year it's 69 billion.
And here we are, hearing so many anomalies, monies going into the pockets of a few, di ba? Di ba nakakagalit yan, Mr.
Can we
Chairman?
have NBI? Magpakulong naman kayo, NBI. Ano ba yan? Katawagin pa kayo. Huli na kayo palagi. Ha?
Ayan, Dr. Goseng Piao, please.
Sir, I'd like to begin, sir, with a background.
Sandali lang ha. I understand you were also investigated. Para level playing field tayo. You were also investigated, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so go ahead and proceed.
Sir, kaya nga, sir, I'll give you a background first on how things happened. Okay. Actually, the whole issue is PhilHealth is defrauding doctors. Baliktad po yung ginagawa ninyo. Yung in-investigate nyo, doctor ang nagdi-defraud ng PhilHealth. Baliktad po.
Hindi ko sinabi yun. Sinabi ko kanina, kasasabi ko lang collusion.
No.
me-
I'd say it works both ways.
Correct.
Yes,
Collusion
sir.
lahat yan eh.
But ito po yung background niyan.
Go ahead.
Can you please forward it?
Hindi naman yung pasok mo kagad.
Pasensya po kayo. Kasi nga, ito yung background niyan para lang maging klaro.
I have a TV here. Go ahead.
For disclosure lang po, I already have 5 cases pending before the Court of Appeals and I already filed a case against PhilHealth and the Philippine Academy of Ophthalmology as well as, syempre, hindi man PhilHealth yung criminal, yung mga tao sa PhilHealth. Kinasuhan ko na rin po yan.
Sige,
And
go
the
ahead.
case is pending in DOJ. Can we move forward? So actually po kasi, kung titignan mo yung relationship, simple lang yan eh. Doktor, pasyente, bibigyan ng serbisyo ng pasyente, babayad yung pasyente sa doktor. Ang PhilHealth po, insurance po yan. Pagka ang ginawa ng PhilHealth, tumanggap ng pera galing sa pasyente, sa member, can you move it forward, just one? So, may kontrata po yan dun sa member. So, tumanggap siya ng premium. Can you please move it forward? Tumanggap po siya ng premium. In return, dapat i-cover ng PhilHealth yung gagastusin niya. Nagkasakit siya.
Sige.
Tapos, kami naman, kami provider, may kontrata din po sa amin. So, hiwalay po yung kontrata namin. Ang kontrata sa amin, pauutangan po namin ng PhilHealth ng serbisyo namin. Can you move it forward? Medyo, ayan. Kami yun ang kontrata, pauutangan namin, tapos ang guarantee ng PhilHealth, babayaran po kami.
That is, pinapaunahan nyo yung gastos.
Yes, pinapaunahan nyo namin yung gastos. So, gumagastos po kami. Ang problema ko kasi, pagka binayaran kami, okay sana. Kaya alam mo, hindi po kami binabayaran.
Humahaba ang bayad.
Hindi lang humahaba, hindi binabayaran. Maraming denied. maraming RTH, return to hospital, ibig sabihin hindi namin babayaran, hindi nila babayaran. Maraming mga hindi lang binayaran, basta lang nawala.
Sige, okay.
So, ano mangyayari ngayon sa amin pag mangyayari yun? Hindi ko kami pwede sumingil sa pasyente. Nasa IRR po yan. So kami, lugi ko kami pag hindi kami binayaran. So ang nangyayari po, PhilHealth po, panay-panay yung ganyan. Maghahanap ng dahilan para wag magbayad, kawawa naman po kami mga doktor.
Hanggang may lalapit sa'yo bigla. Gusto mo mabayaran, magbigay ka sa akin.
Parang ganun po.
Party tayo, hati tayo. Gano'n ba yan?
Parang ganun po. Pero sa akin, ang nangyari po sa akin, mas komplikado pa po doon. Kasi sa akin po, ang nangyari, can you move it forward? Ang dapat po kasi nangyayari dyan, pagka hindi kami babayaran, pagka i-deny yung claim, kasi yung claim ng pasyente yun eh. Pag dinay po ng PhilHealth yung claim, dapat bayaran pa rin mo kami kasi hindi kami pwede sumingil eh. Tapos PhilHealth ang sisingil sa pasyente, yun po yung sinasabi nyo kanina, kukonektahin galing sa, babawiin yung bayad galing sa doktor o kaya sa pasyente. Hindi po pwede sa doktor bawiin yung bayad kasi po, services rendered po yun. Dapat to, pasyente yung sisingilin. Ang nangyari ho, hindi na kami babayaran, kakasuhan pa ho kami. Can you move it forward? So, yun yung nangyari. Nadidefraud ho kami dahil ayaw kami bayaran, tapos di na pwede singilin. Tapos nila ho yun, kakasuhan pa ho kami. So, gagastos kami sa isang katutak, napakahirap po ng dinaanan namin. Lugi kami doon. So, can you move it forward? Just one. So, ang dami mga dahilan talaga na iniimbento ng PhilHealth. Walang OR technique, yung gamot, yung non-PMDF drug na tinatawag, minsan walang dahilan, basta lang i-deny nila, case not compensable. Paano kung non-compensable? Nasa listahan naman. Walang dahilan, di mo alam. So, refile ka lang ng refile. Tapos minsan, nawawala na lang yun. Diba? In my case po, inimbentuan mo ako ng kaso ng PhilHealth. Ang pinataw po sa amin, nag-violate daw kami ng PAO Code of Ethics. Private society po, gumawa ng mga sariling rules niya, tapos, gumawa sariling rules, tapos ang PhilHealth naman, nakakontsaba sa kanila. Maghanap ng dahilan, ginawang dahilan yun, ay, nag-violate ka ng Code of Ethics ng PAO, hindi ka namin babayaran. Hindi lang yun, kakasuhan ka pa. Yun yung nangyari sa akin. In move forward. Kaya ako nagkaroon ng investigation noong 2015 sa Senate. At doon pa lang mo, sinabi ko na po yun, na hindi pwedeng gano'n, anti-competitive po yun. Yung gano'n. Kasi private lang po yung, private lang yan eh. Yung PAO eh. Ba't sinusundan yung mga rules nila? Pwede ako gumawa ng rules ko, ba't nila susundan? So it was actually a competition issue. Ang nangyari ho, kami yung nagsisilbi ng universal eye health care. Lahat po, tinignan namin, libre check-up, libre test. Pag-opera, mababa lang singil namin. Kung ano lang bibigyan ng PhilHealth, tatanggapin ho namin yun. So, sa makatwid, yung mga matataas sumingil, nauubusan ng pasyente, kaya sila gumawa ng sariling rules nila para bawal yun. Bawal yung manlibre, bawal mag-tie-up sa mga sa local government, bawal mag-advertise, ayun yun, pinawalan yan. Ang PhilHealth naman, dahil nakikontsaba sila, o sige, bawal yan, di ka namin babayaran dahil libre yung check-up. Can you move forward?
Can you come to the point, please? We know already the racket. I think we have a pretty good idea. What happened to you?
Yes, I'll go forward. So, ang nangyari ho dyan, pinatawan po ako ng stop claims. Ibig sabihin, hinawakan yung pera ko. Napakalaki yun yun. Million po yun.
Anong hinawakan ng pera mo? May hindi ka binabayaran to the amount of
roughly around 40 million.
40 million?
Yes, sir.
Binibiting ka, lumaki ng 40 million. Tapos, tinatawag ka. Anong ginawa?
Tapos, nakipag-meeting sa amin yung taga-PhilHealth.
Sino? You know, we're watching your demeanor.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember because, you know, bigla-bigla lang to eh. I remember, si Attorney Asuncion.
Attorney Asuncion.
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Nakipag-meeting siya sa amin. And then, sabi niya sa akin, ganyan-ganyan, hindi ka babayaran, magpatagal pa yan. Tapos, in fact, magpa-file na kayo ng mga criminal charges sa'yo, ganyan-ganyan. E di, syempre, kabado na ako. Hinawakan na nga pera ko. And then, after that, they reached out to me na they want, at first, sabi, 2 million. Sabi ko, parang matapos na to, kikil to eh. Wala na akong magagawa. Kakasuhan ako, pakukulong ako. Wala naman akong ginawa masama. Ito lang ang nangyari. Violation of private code of ethics. Tapos
Ito lang, the short of it is, umabot ng gano'ng hiningi niya.
Long and short, umabot ng 7M.
10 million ang hinihingi.
7 po. 7
million.
Yes, sir.
Sa 40 million na dapat kang bayaran, babayaran ka, pero meron siyang 7 million.
Yes, sir. Pauna po yun.
Pauna? May pangalawa pa?
Hindi yun. Ibig sabihin yun, labas muna bago...
Ilabas mo muna bago kita bayaran in full.
Yes, sir.
Money down.
Yes, sir.
Okay, ano nangyari?
Siyempre, walang lumabas.
So, anong ginawa mo? Nag-comply ka ba?
Galit na po ako. So, nakita kami ni Francis sa St. Luke's. Sabi ko sa kanya, ano ba naman yung... Sabi ko sa kanya, ano ba naman yung ginagawa niyo? Kinikikilan ako ng mga tao mo, tapos wala kayong ginagawa. Illegal po lahat ng ginagawa niyo sa akin.
Dr. Francis Lopez, siya po ay doktor sa dugo na chairman ng CAAC na nag-hospital sa St. Luke's at Makati Med.
Wow. Sige, go ahead.
Sir, illegal naman lahat ng ginawa sa akin. Yung kaso sa akin, illegal. Tinawag akong fraud. Ginawa akong tanga dito sa lahat ng tao. Sa buong Pilipinas, tinawag akong fraudster. Tapos...
Okay, so lumalabas, pinifreeze na po ang pera sa inyo. Pagka pinapagod kayo, nire-wrestle kayo hanggang sasabihin sa inyo, itong bayad mo. Kung hindi mo mabayad, hindi na mababayaran.
Yes, sir.
Now, to your knowledge, to kayo, Dick, is there... Are there other cases that you know of that like this? Any of you here? Mr. Del Rosario, are you aware of other cases like this?
No, sir. I'm aware of some facts that was testified to by Doc David, no, regarding the cases.
You're aware of that case?
I'm aware of the cases.
Oh, sige.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
Dr. Gosim Chiao, sino yung CORSEC nung nag-complain ka sa PhilHealth Board?
Valerie yata, I'm not sure.
Valerie Holero. Is Dr. Holero here? Or Attorney Holero? Andito. Are you familiar with this case? Please come forward.
Come forward, please.
Na-administer kayo ng oath last time, ano?
Yes, sir.
Dito na kayo, baka magtabigan pa kayo dyan. Dito na. Ay, naka.
Okay. How familiar are you with this case?
Sir, I have the whole transcript of the case and I listened to his testimony during that time.
Dala niyo yung transcript ng proceedings?
Yes, sir.
In a nutshell, wag masya, kasi ang kapal eh, baka abot na alas 12. Ano lang, sige, please proceed.
In a nutshell, Dr. Gosenfiel said that he approached Dr. Lopez, one of our board members, and that certain people from PhilHealth extorted money from him in exchange for the lifting of the stop claims order. So he mentioned 7 million in two tranches. Yun, sir. And then he promised to give us an affidavit, but we never got to that point, sir. There was a hearing in the House of Representatives, and Dr. Lopez also testified to that. I have the transcript of the House hearing here with me, sir.
In matters like that, sino ang office ng PhilHealth na dapat mag-imbestiga ito eh?
Sir, you asking me po?
No, I'm asking the President. If any, Roy Ferrer, sino dapat?
It's the Fact-Finding and Investigation Division, sir.
May I, sir? Sir, lahat po ng kaso sa akin nag-emanate po sa Internal Audit Group, tapos FFID. Kinustuhan po ko lahat yan. Violation of a private code of ethics. Hanggang natalo po ako sa board. Lahat po yan. Parang ginawahan lang batas yung private code of ethics. Tapos ginamit ko yun para kasuhan ako. Hindi lang ho yun. Itong pinakahuli ho, in effect na ho yung abuse of authority na punishable by jail. Ito po itong board na nahuli. Ayan po, titignan nyo, ginamit ko na sa akin itong quasi-judicial revision of the IRR. Yung quasi-judicial revision of the IRR, hindi ho yan sinadmit sa Kung titignan po ninyo, wala hong pirma yan. Wala nakalagay na anong board resolution yan. Tsaka hindi ho yan sinabit sa owner, and yet ginamit na sa akin yan para taasan yung fine ko. So talagang pinag-initan ako ng mga ito.
What is the result of the fact-finding?
Fact-finding po?
No, I'm talking to the PhilHealth.
Yes,
Ikaw ba in charge, sir? Ikaw in charge?
No, sir. But
Sino?
during the time, the SVP for legal is Attorney Asuncion. The person is...
yung humihingi.
According to him. Yeah.
Allegedly.
Then, my predecessor was Attorney Jermaine Lim. But based on records, Your Honor, there was already a decision against Doc David before the arbitration office of PhilHealth. He's being fined for, I think, 2.6 million.
Initially, 70,000. As naging 90,000. Pero in-increase ng board 2.6 million based on the quasi-judicial revision of the IRR na hindi naman published, invento lang po yan. Talagang...
Nonetheless, this is very disturbing to us. The allegations are fast and furious. How can he be fined? Can you explain this to me? How can he be fined 7.2 million?
Lahat-lahat po, 12 point something million. Lahat-lahat po yun.
Ang fine
so,
kayo?
Yes po, dahil po nag-violate daw ako ng private code of ethics. Can you please move it forward or back by one? Can you please move it back by one po, the slide?
Sounds to me like there's carpet bombing. No?
Ito po, titingnan ninyo yung sinasabi sa akin, violation of Circular 19. Yan po yung basis ng lahat eh. Code of Ethics of the Philippine Academy of Ophthalmology. Private po yan.
Yan ang ginamit sa'yo?
Yan po. Tapos may kontsaba pa po yan. Kung titignan yung Memorandum of Agreement, hindi magbabayad ang PhilHealth pagka hindi in-okay ng PAO.
Yung mga PAO sumahid sa'yo o hindi?
Hindi, kalaban ko nga yun kasi sila yung naubusan ng pasyente.
Ha?
Sila yung naubusan ng pasyente dahil binagsak ko yung preso.
Ano binagsak ka rin?
Kasi po, kaya ako nagkagulo ng ganyan.
Baksak presyo, katarata lahat yan.
Hindi ko lahat. Buong ophthalmology services. Kasi yung ginawa ko po, kasi nga, ang paniniwala ko po, dapat lahat ng tao may magandang serbisyo. Nagtayo po ako ng mga center, 3 eye center po yun. Libre lahat. Libre check-up, libre mga test. Kung magbabayad ka sa private ng 10,000 para sa test, sa akin, libre din yun. Makakasingil lang kami pagka may sakit, pagka may ooperahan yung pasyente. Ang problema mo itong PhilHealth, nagkaroon ng senior citizen law, di lahat na ng senior libre, covered na ng PhilHealth. Tapos obligado ko kami, no balance billing lahat yan. So talagang, kasalanan mo yan ng PhilHealth na nagkaroon tayo ng no balance billing, tapos required ho kami mandated ho kami na mag-follow ng balance
point, Dr. Goseng Chiao. Ito, gusto mo pa ng sakit ng ulo, Mr. Chairman? Perpetual succor. Ito, walang yayo anomaly dito. Gumawa ng sariling PhilHealth Board Resolution, ina-amend yung batas na pinasa natin sa Kongreso. Anyway, if we have the time, I'd like to discuss the case. This is a case of extending period of confinement. This was included in my privilege speech, Mr. Chairman. No. Nagkaroon ng decision yung arbitration office, 10,000 pesos fine and 3 months suspension. Ang ginawa nitong Perpetual Succor, siyempre nag-appeal sa PhilHealth Board. Ang ginawa ng PhilHealth Board, in-upheld yung arbitration office nila. Sabi niya, tama yun, 10,000 and 3 months suspension. So natalo, pumunta ng Court of Appeals yung nag-petition, nag-appeal doon. The Court of Appeals upheld the decision of the PhilHealth Board. Fine. Nag-MR, na-denied. Aba, ito na ngayon PhilHealth Board. Ni-reverse yung Court of Appeals.
Let's complete the story. Nagpalit ba ng board?
The same board.
The same board.
Attorney Rodolfo Del Rosario, SVP Legal Sector, Attorney Jonathan Mangawang, Corporate Secretary PhilHealth.
Can you please raise your hand if you're here? Rosario, Mr. Mangawang, all right, go ahead.
After all this, you know where they ended up?
In London.
In London.
All right. Why did they end up in London?
I do not know. We got hold of the manifest. Nagpost pa sa Facebook. Look, yung monthly income ng Perpetual Succor Hospital, 30 million a month, no? Average. So merong 90 million. Pinalitan yung decision ng Court of Appeals that upheld the decision of the PhilHealth Board as decided by the arbitration office, and then they came up with PBR resolution number 2334, effectively amending the PhilHealth law para lang masut yung kailangan ng Perpetual Succor. So 90 million ang na-recover ng PhilHealth against a fine of 100,000 instead of 10,000. But maliwanag doon sa batas, hindi pwedeng gawin. Pero effectively, because hindi pa yan, Mr. Chairman, Perpetual Succor, yung lawyer, sumulat sa aking opisina. Malinaw, sinasabi, word reach us. So may nag-tip pa sa PhilHealth Board na ganitong gawin nyo, nag-motion for reconsideration sa PhilHealth Board, ni-reverse ng PhilHealth Board yung Court of Appeals. Can you do that, Attorney Del Rosario? You're a lawyer. Can you reverse the decision? And this is final, final executory because nasa book of entries na ng Court of Appeals. Can you do that?
Mr. Chair, I would like to respond first, Mr. Chair, to the allegations that I'm not a PhilHealth Board member and I've never been to London, although taga-London din po ako, loan dito, loan doon. But hindi po ako, I was never been to London.
I never said that you joined the trip to London.
Okay.
Ang nasa London, si Jonathan Mangawang, may picture Ayan, It's a small world. Talagang it's a small world.
Anyways,
I'm not saying that you're there. You're not in the photograph.
Yes, sir. Thank you for clearing that up, Mr. Chair. Yeah. The legal opinion regarding the Perpetual Succor was not my opinion. It was submitted to the board by my predecessor. So I was not part of the conversation. Now,
sino yung predecessor ninyo?
Attorney Jermaine Lim, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. Now, during the deliberations, the decision of the PhilHealth Board, the MR was addressed to the PhilHealth Board.
Yes.
So it was the PhilHealth Board who deliberated on the motion for reconsideration. It did not went back to legal. The legal sector actually was the one who prosecuted this case, and we actually won the case before the Court of Appeals.
You won the case.
Yeah,
you won the case because you were upheld.
Yes, we were.
And then you reverse your own decision
yes,
as
sir,
upheld by the Court of Appeals. My question is,
yes, sir.
Is it not tantamount to grave abuse of authority or grave abuse of discretion? Imagine, you have a quasi-judicial power, no?
Yes.
Ang level ninyo parang RTC. Okay. Nagpunta sa Court of Appeals, in-upheld kayo. Why would you reverse the decision of the Court of Appeals na nagkaroon na ng entry of judgment? In fact, merong writ of execution. And then you reversed it. What do you call that?
Sir, the board can defend itself, but...
How do you defend yourself? Well, there are plenty of lawyers here. Attorney Mike, can you help us out? Can they do that?
Well, ordinarily, kung final judgment, hindi mo na pwede.
Yeah, nasa book of entries na eh. Meron pang writ of execution. Oh, and you're ready to defend yourself?
I'm not defending myself. No.
No. The PHILHEALTH board.
Yeah. I stand by the decision of the board, Your Honor, since the legal, regardless of my personal view on the matter, since this is an official position of the legal sector, and the PHILHEALTH board also have lawyer members during the deliberation, and they participated and they were asked about the...
And you were present during the January 10?
Yes, sir. I was present.
And the board was relying on the legal opinion of the legal sector, di ba?
Yes, sir. But that was the legal sector.
Ikaw yun. And you're telling us that you're defending the position of the board that was upheld by the Court of Appeals. And yet, the board came up with a reversal, with a decision reversing the decision of the Court of Appeals.
Yes, sir.
So what are you defending?
They modified the decision of the Court of Appeals on the ground of equity, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Anong equity? Final na nga eh. Sige, Dr. Liachon, please. You were also a member of the board at the time?
At the time, sir.
Oh.
Pwede ko sumagot. May I ask the staff of... Sir, I was given the floor by Senator Lacson. Mr. Chair.
I give the floor.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair,
You have the floor.
So sorry. Can you flash it, please?
Yan muna, para malinaw. Writ of execution with forfeiture. 8 November 2018. Sige, please. Proceed. Yeah.
Sir, yan muna, sir.
Go ahead.
You may proceed.
May sarili ka?
Meron, sir, akong slide po, sir.
Sige.
Pwede po. Sir.
Dr. Duterte, you want to speak?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. You may proceed.
So this is the case ng perpetual software. Next slide. Okay, next slide. Okay, so definition of terms lang, ka-apoy ng Court of Appeals ho namin. Then you have the PHILHEALTH board and then the motion of reconsideration. Next slide. Okay. So ang case po to 2011 pa ho. So may dalawang pasyenteng may go home na hindi makauwi for some reasons na sila hindi makabayad, no? So yung nangyari dito, next slide. Ang naging parusa nila amounts of claims 800 pesos, one day extension sa 6,700 for patients. So ang decision ng regional vice president at the time, next slide. Ayan, ang verdict, ayan, may kasalanan kayo sa charter na yan, guilty and liable for 2 counts of extending period of confinement and 3 months suspension and 10,000 fine do sa perpetual software sa Cebu. Next slide. Next slide. So, ang nangyari yan, nandiyan na ako sa board, March, 3 buwan pa lang. Carry out namin yung decision ng Cebu. Tapos nag-appeal ang perpetual software, October 2017, dininay. Okay? And then, motion for reconsideration, nag-deny yung sinasabi ni Senator Lacson. Next slide. Alright. So, nung last year, November 19, 2018, may writ of execution na starting January 21 to April 20. At ito ang mga sinabi ng mga madre na sumulat kay Secretary Duque at sa board. 85%.
This is run by the Catholic Nuns of St. Paul's.
Perpetual, sir. So for that is a congregation.
Yes, okay.
So 85% of patients are PhilHealth, only affiliate hospital of GSIs in the Visayas. They have 1,200 employees. If you implement the suspension, the revenues will totally be depleted. It has a loan of 600 million in the bank. They have an average of 80 dialysis patients who will be disenfranchised. And the appellant had been untiringly doing the works of God for the people for 83 years. So next slide. So ang nangyari dito, noong December 10, merong sulat na nasa corporate secretary, yung madre. So, on the day of...
Madre, Sister Zeta Rivero.
Zeta Rivero.
Madre.
So sabi niya, so 3 days before the CAAC meeting, naisingit siya sa agenda because of the urgency na isususpend na sila from January 21, 3 months. Ang present doon, ako, ang chair, si Dr. Dineros, ako yung vice chair, Dr. Ferrer, and then the ASEC of DOH, Charade, and then Dr. Salvador, and then Dole, Attorney Jacinto Paras, and Jonathan Mangawang. Right. Next slide. Now, it was the first time na pumasok doon si Attorney Charade kasi kailangan namin ng abogado. Wala kami abogado doon. First time din na pumasok si Yusek J. Paras. Kasi yung CAAC ng puro doktor ho yun. So, kailangan namin ng abogado. And we think na urgent yun kasi isususpend yung hospital which will not be aligned with the universal healthcare law to provide delivery of services to the poor patients of Cebu. Next slide. Alright. So, ang present pa doon, si Atty. Laura, ang mga empleyado. So, the CAAC agreed to recommend. Hindi pa ho kami nagpa-final. Sabi namin, okay, elevate natin sa board. No? Yung sinasabi nagbiyahe, Senator Lacson.
December 14.
Opo,
pagkatapos ito.
Opo, hindi po namin alam nagbiyahe po yun. Yeah. Ngayon ko lang po nalaman po. Next slide. I think I have 2 final slides. Yan. So the basis of the CAAC recommendation, first time nawala siyang record. Ang corporate secretary, merong basis na yun based on the appeal of the Madre. Only affiliate hospital. So basically ganon. In the spirit of equity, compassion. So next slide. Ito na yung day ng board meeting namin, 1st of 2019. Alam niyo po, Senator Lacson, 17 board signatories po yun. Ang ex officio, andun si Secretary Duque, pero may internal legal opinion po noon. Andun ho si Commissioner Palderosa, may abogado ho doon, si Attorney Jacinto Paras for Secretary Bello, sa Attorney Duok, nandun pa ho. Okay? And then, ito ho yung mga nakapula, ito po yung appointed members ex officio po doon. And next slide. Ito po yung pirma po, para makita po ninyo, pumirma yan. Pumirma po ako dahil tingin ko, tama naman po yung decision ni Secretary Duque po at saka yung ibang board in the spirit of compassion and equity. And then, ito yung final slide po. Sige, next slide, Iho. That's my signature. I sign only when everybody sign. Kasi, tinitingnan ko muna kung may abogado, tinignan ko muna pumirma. Okay, next slide. Ngayon, nag-habla si Attorney Roque last week. Ang tingin ho namin, selective prosecution. Kasi, ang pumirma din naman ho, hindi lang naman appointed members, pati ex officio. And it's a collegial body of accountability. Yeah, and merits of justice and equity. Considering nakakaawa yun naman yung community, kung isususpend namin niya, which is not aligned with the universal healthcare law, then did not simply do away with a 3-month suspension, but increase the fine to 10,000 to 100,000 as remitted to the perpetual succor.
Dr. Yes,
sir.
Excuse me. The long and short of it, illegal lahat yung discussion nyo eh.
Yes, sir.
Whatever reasons, no? Maski anong discussion ninyo, meron ng finality yung decision ng Court of Appeals. Final and executory because may entry of judgment. Nandun na sa book of entries and merit of execution. How could you reverse the decision? No matter how many were you in the board at that time, kung 17, 27, even 37, Court of Appeals.
Yes, sir. Sir, yung next slide na lang. Isa na lang po, sir.
Then, mas kanong slide pakita mo ang bottom line dito.
Maan, isa na lang. One more.
Sige, please.
Good. Maan, one last slide. Please. Okay. Alam niyo po, Senator Lacson, kinalkal ko po yung data kung meron pong dati. Merong PBR 2067, March 30, 2016, chaired by then DOH Secretary Garin. And the board at the time, Corporate Secretary Valerie Holero, modifying a final judgment suspension order. And this was actually decided by the Supreme Court. And basically, for post-dating claims and breach of warranties and accreditation for 11 administrative cases. So we proceeded po. And I know, as a layperson, the Supreme Court is higher than the Court of Appeals. So that's why, sabi ko, kung in-overrule namin ng Court of Appeals, the previous chair at the time, meron din ganitong kaso, so it applies to this case. So, as a layperson po, Senator Lacson, I'm not a lawyer. I was acting, and the doctors were acting in the spirit of compassion and equity and sense of justice. I relied on the top-notch lawyers in the board in internal legal opinion. That's why we signed it. Yun lang po, Senator Lacson. Salamat po.
Look, I delivered my privilege speech on July 29 of this year. July 31, I received a letter from Mercado, Jotina, Diahedor, Bautista Content, and Pabriaga. Ito yung law firm ng Perpetual Succor. Paragraph 7, PSH, Perpetual Succor Hospital, accepted its fate of being barred from admitting PHIC members. So, tanggap na nila yung kanilang kapalaran. And then the succeeding paragraph, word reach us or reach PSH that an appeal may be filed with the new PHIC board. Oh, kayo nagturo eh. Anyway, I say no more, Mr. Chairman.
Well, you want to say something, Frank? Shall we withdraw? Go ahead, please.
Yan po ang
Mr. Rustico Jimenez.
Yung pong sinasabi namin, if we can change the quasi-judicial power ng PhilHealth. Kasi po, sa every case, sila po ang prosecutor, sila po nag-iimbestiga, sila po nag-judge. Wala pong chance yung, remember during the last hearing po doon sa isang room, binanggit nyo na bakit natin isa-sacrifice yung mga pasyente. Kung doktor lang may problema, doktor sa PRC, bigyan ng kaso. Huwag natin suspend ang ng hospital kasi yung pasyente wala nang pupuntahan. In this case, isang hospital lang ang mapupuntahan. Kung pwede lang po, maiba yung batas na lahat po sila ang naggagawa eh. Sila po nagpo-prosecute, sila po nag-imbestiga, sila po nag-judge, and the final judgment, as sinabi nga ni Senator Lacson, yung board. Ito, batas na ginawa na po ng korte. Sa layman po, yun po ang tingin natin, hindi na po marirebase ng corporation lang na private. So, in this case, lumalabas po, siguro over na po ng powers ng board ng PhilHealth. Pakiusap lang po yun, kung pwede po. I'm not a lawyer, so I do not know kung maiiba po yung law, ang ating batas tungkol sa PhilHealth.
Who are you, Mr.?
Mr. Senator, I am Attorney Jonathan Mangawang.
You are Mr. Mangawang.
Yes. Two things, Mr. Chair. Let me just, first is on the decision.
Can you speak to the microphone? I'm about to make a comment on the case, but then I go ahead.
Yeah, two things, Mr. Chair, Mr. Senator. First, on the decision of the board on the perpetual software, please take note that the board is not insensitive to the needs of its members, including the dependents. So it is also aware of the effects of the suspension of a hospital on them. There was, in fact, a PBR 2334 in December 2017 that was passed by the board imposing maximum fine instead of suspension or revocation. There are two reasons for this. One is to ensure that our members will have continued access to facility of their own choice, and therefore members should not be allowed to suffer since they are not the ones responsible.
By members, you mean the premium payers, no?
Yes,
sir. Say, go ahead.
They should not be made to suffer for the offenses committed.
We're aware of that. There's a balancing of interest.
By the
Kung nasarayan
hospital.
yan, hindi na makakapagpagamot yung mga tao.
And the second
And
reason,
it's the biggest hospital, as far as I know, di ba?
yes po, Mr.
Okay, go ahead.
And the second reason is we want to shift the effects of the suspension not on the healthcare professionals who are directly responsible for the commission of the offense. In the case of the perpetual software, it is the only private hospital in the whole of Region 7 offering or has been willingly contracted to offer C-benefit packages. C-benefit packages are for the catastrophic cases like leukemia, cancer,
Well, that's fine. No, that's fine. I appreciate what they're doing, all right?
Yes.
But upon the other hand, there is a finality of judgment of the Court of Appeals. No?
The board, Mr. Senator, was also guided by the legal opinion issued by our legal sector that the finality of judgment has exceptions. There are 5 specifically mentioned by the Supreme Court. So 2 of them, the first is whenever circumstances would transpire after the finality of the decision, which would render the enforcement of the decision unjust and inequitable. And the second exception is if it will serve substantial justice, meaning the modification
I was
of the
about to say
decision.
that. We used to go substantial justice. So go ahead.
So those are the considerations. And then PhilHealth also received about 200 letters from patients from Perpetual Software appealing that the decision be in favor of Perpetual Software. 129 letters from current and previous PhilHealth patients.
Presuming from all that, and I'm sure they have got valid arguments, no? Na talaga nakakatulong naman talaga. Yung mga madre, hindi naman profit-oriented yan, di ba?
Yes po.
Hospital ng madre yan na nagsisilbi na matagal na, 87 years ba? 83 years. I mean, we do our homework here too, you know. So, ang masama lang na inaangal ni Senator Lacson, parang talagang kayo ang, sabi ni Mr. Jimenez, na kayo na lang ang bahala na gagawa ng desisyon. Sa akin, I would have gone back to the Court of Appeals at any stage of the action, in a civil case, pwede magsabi ang parties na nag-enter tayo ng compromise na ayos. Did you do that?
No, Mr. Senator.
Or you could have gone to the Supreme Court and say, this issue has been settled, nagkaroon kami ng compromise. It's a procedural error, no? And the substantial justice thing here is that a lot of people will not be able to get the necessary support of PhilHealth para magamot sila. And then third, when you look down at the minimum thing, I think the Supreme Court or the Court of Appeals should look with favor upon it. Just my 2 cents worth, no? It probably has no value whatsoever. I'm just gone.
Mr.
Excuse me, may I just finish? No? Dalawang pasyente na ang original fine is 10,000. And when you, if hindi nagmatigasan yan, nawala ng problema. Nagmatigasan eh. And because of that, I think the compromise agreement is in order. Now, the next question I want to raise is, did you go at the expense of Sucor to go to London?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity.
No, don't thank me. Just answer my question. I was about to say an expletive. Excuse me. Go ahead. Answer the question.
My travel to London, together with Dr. Pargas, was on personal account. I, in fact, wrote a letter to the Office of Senator Lacson and had it received just this afternoon at 4 p.m. And let me just read for the record the letter. It is short, Mr. Chair. This pertains to your interview on DCBB on August 18, 2019, posted on YouTube with tagline Europe Trip, Reward for Questionable PhilHealth Actions, in relation to the ongoing joint hearing of the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee and Senate Committee on Health and Demography. In the said interview, you partly stated, referring to the PhilHealth Board decision dated 10 January 2019 on the letter for reconsideration of perpetual software, Cebu, that, and I quote, ang nangyari doon sa timeline ay pagkatapos na baligtad ng PhilHealth Board yung Court of Appeals, ay may biyahe sila sa Europe. At least yung corporate secretary, yun nga, circumstantial, pero wala naman tayo may papakita na kung sino gumastos sa biyahe. I want to clarify that my travel to United Kingdom from December 21, 2018 to January 3, 2019 was on personal account. The travel was made together with another PhilHealth officer, Dr. Israel Pargas. Our round-trip PAL ticket, Manila-London, Manila, were purchased on September 6, 2019 using his Citibank 2018 using his Citibank credit card for the total amount of 111,870 or 55,935 each. In turn, I issued a personal check under my land bank account to Dr. Pargas on September 13, 2018 in the amount of 56,000 as payment for my ticket. Dr. Pargas and I stayed for 12 nights in UK, 10 nights of which were all spent in London and the remaining 2 nights in Edinburgh. All throughout our stay in London, we stayed in the house of my former classmate in high school, who has been based there for many years and is currently employed as a nurse manager of an elderly case facility. My classmate was so kind to offer us free board and lodging during our 10 days in London, even paying for our transport pickup from London Airport to his house. For our travel to Edinburgh, which we decided to do when we were already in London, our plane fare and hotel expenses were both under personal account. Dr. Pargas booked our round-trip British Airways tickets, London, Edinburgh, London, using again his same Citibank credit card for a total of 347.80 sterling pounds. While I booked our shared hotel room for 2 nights using my credit card for 99 pounds or 49.50 per day pounds, equivalent to about 2,900 pesos per day. I have attached in my letter to office to Senator Lacson the PAL e-ticket receipts on September 6, 2018, the Citibank credit card statement of Dr. Pargas for September, my land bank statement account showing the ticket I issued to Dr. Pargas and the amount of 56,000 I paid, the British Airways e-ticket receipt, and even the Britannia hotel reservation for his reference. I'm willing to provide the good senator other details of my UK travel, including the name and contact numbers of my aforementioned high school classmate, subject to his permission, should the same be requested, Mr. Senator.
Thank you, Mr.
Akala ko short term letter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All I'm saying is the timing is suspect.
Precisely.
Yun lang naman sabi ko rito eh. The timing is suspect. I even mentioned na wala namang proof talaga na ang nagbayad perpetual succor. Now, question. Ano yung date ng legal opinion? Legal opinion on whether a final and executory decision may be modified. Anong date po yun?
June 13, 2018.
June 13, 2018. Kailan nyo na-receive yung Court of Appeals decision?
The Court of Appeals decision was received not by my office but by the arbitration
September 18.
office.
So why would you discuss a legal opinion on whether a final and executory decision may be modified? Wala pa naman kayo natatanggap ng decision ng Court of Appeals. In-anticipate na ninyo.
Mr. Senator...
No, answer my question. Why would you discuss a legal opinion based on a decision that you have not received yet? You have not been informed.
Mr. Senator, the PBR 2334...
there's no point of discussing
the question
something.
is answerable by yes or no. Nag-legal opinion kayo noong June 13, lumabas yung decision ng Court of Appeals on
September 18.
3
No,
months later.
na-receive. Actually, earlier lumabas yung decision, but they received the copy of the decision on September 18. So how many months after they discussed the legal opinion, whether or not to modify a final and executory decision rendered by the court? Kindly explain.
Mr. Senator, the PBR 2334 was issued by the board on December 5, 2017.
I know that.
And then the corporate order implementing the PBR was issued on June 2018, after this June 13, 2018.
Kaya nga, lahat parang contrived eh. Alam mo, yung PhilHealth Board resolution effectively amended the PhilHealth law. Can you do that by a mere resolution? You're amending the law that was enacted by Congress and approved by the President? Kasi dinagdagan nyo eh. Fine or suspension or both. Ano sinasabi sa PhilHealth law?
Suspension or fine or both at the discretion of the corporation under RA 10606.
Anong sinasabi ng PhilHealth Board resolution? Fine na lang, di ba?
A maximum of fine, Mr.
Yun nga.
Senator.
Pinago nyo yung batas.
No, sir, because the...
No. Anong sinasabi ng PhilHealth Board resolution? Fine.
Yes, sir.
Anong sinasabi ng PhilHealth law? Fine,
suspension
or
or
fine,
fine
or
or
both.
fine or both at the discretion of the corporation. In other words, the corporation can choose to impose only a fine or a suspension or both suspension and fine, Mr. Senator.
Does that preclude a compromise agreement? The law does not operate in a vacuum. At any stage of the action, especially in a civil case, ang thinking namin dito, ni Senator Dillon, at least we're both lawyers here, is not a compromise. Ang mali nyo, number one, dapat did it prejudice PhilHealth? It started with 10,000, nagpamatigasan, umabot sa Court of Appeals, which is a waste of time and money for the government and for the people. Samantalang babalik sa inyo, at ang perception parang inayos nyo, lalo nagbiyahe kayo, although hindi naman sinasabi na sa action na binigyan kayo. The point is, ang probe na ito is to determine whether PhilHealth is really negligent, deliberate, katulad ng mga sinasabi dito, then ayaw namin malugi kayo. So far as I'm concerned, this is a private matter na kung meron talagang kaso, dapat kasuhan kayo sa ombudsman. Kung wala namang kaso at nag-compromise agreement kayo, the benefits that have been taken, for example, mas maraming makakapunta doon sa ospital, mababayaran rin yung PhilHealth, I think outweigh the consideration of the fine. Ang fine nyo is 500,000. No? So I'm not trying to insert my one. That's just my opinion. And Senator Lacson can have his own opinion on the matter. But to me, that is not the point here. The only thing that we want to find out here is whether it prejudiced the resources of PhilHealth and if this was done in aid of corruption. All right? So I would like to move on, if I may, Senator Lacson, para makuha tayo. Ang more serious sa akin is yung allegation na may naglalako na pagka na-fine yung isang doktor or mayroon problema yung isang doktor, pwedeng mahingi. Within the realm of possibility, nakakagulat, mapapine yung isang doktor ng 12 million. I'm not saying that all doctors are devils or angels, but it is not beyond my own ken to see that some doctors really, overcharge. But it's also not beyond my ken to see that there could be unscrupulous people in PhilHealth that will go after these people, that will go and take advantage of the situation. And my point is simply this. When I look at the totality of the numbers, walang criminal cases na pa-file. That means may nag-aayos. Nakikita ko na mukhang kapos. No, but again, that's my personal opinion. And what we're really looking at here, we're not a court of law na ididemanda namin kayo, we will recommend ang findings namin, and it will be up to the Ombudsman or the Sandigan Bayan, and of course, this Committee on Health will also, together with Blue Ribbon, come out with possible amendments to the law, and perhaps, yan ang gagawin namin. Now, to help you, ako right now, I'll tell you what I did in Customs last time. Sabi ko kuno kay Commissioner of Customs, we will check you again in 3 months. Pag hindi tumaas ang customs collection nyo, dahil sinasabi nga ni Senator Lacson, sinasabi ko rin, ang laki-laki na pumapasok sa China, pero hindi nyo ma-account, talaga naglulukuhan kayo. In 3 months, tumaas yung collection. All it needs, therefore, is close scrutiny, monitoring, and improvement of the system, and that's just a slice of what we can do to prove and to improve the system of PhilHealth. It is so precious, we must not fool around with it. And I would really like to have all of you take a look at this situation, because kung walang performance, dapat doon nyo titirahin yung mga tao nyo. At kung talagang nakikita nyo na yung mga doktor nagluluko, file the case. But file it in such a way na talagang malinaw na corruption occurred at saka talaga may damage sa PhilHealth. I don't understand why you have to change presidents every year. That's really something that is beyond my imagination. Unless it is being used as a reward para ng spoiled system. But this is something so sacred, we cannot fool around with the system. So all of us must put our heads together and find out how we can solve the situation. Are there any other things that you need to point out? Nakikita natin dito, yun, may fault yung PhilHealth doon sa WorldMed. Hindi nyo malaman kung sino talaga magbibigay ng notice. I can cherry pick also na my own view, no? I can cherry pick. Bakit nagbibigay tayo ng 10 billion na reimbursement? I'm not gonna do that. To me, I want to move forward. I want to move forward and find out where we can fix the problem because we will never, sabi nga ni Senator Lacson, we will never run out of omissions and faults, no? You create a crime by dolo or culpa, fault or omission. And as far as I'm concerned, I would like to see the Senate should be a very positive influence in bettering the government, as we have done recently. Very recently when the President himself acted on the case of what is happening with the good conduct time allowance. And so, unless there are other questions here, marami pa yan eh. And we have other documentation here. We would like to see if COA has a comment on this. Any recommendations?
Yeah, we've already, as I mentioned,
By the way, just as a caveat, we still have to meet with the Blue Ribbon on the case of GCPA after this. That's how hard we work here. Go ahead.
Yes, we've met already with General Morales, and we've already discussed certain parameters. I've also met with the COA team that will look into it. So right now we're looking at 6 different areas to conduct different types of audit. As I mentioned, actuarial life, it's going to be headed by Insurance Commission, and we'll just be supporting.
For the record, we invited the SSS actually here.
Okay.
Pati siya nahilo. Ayaw niya na humarap because sabi niya, magulo talaga. But, I mean, tama yung direction niya. The Insurance Commission should be involved.
And then, of course, the fictitious benefits and other fraud cases, we'll be working with the NBI. They've already met with the auditors of PhilHealth. And so we want NBI to take the lead, and we'll be supporting them as they go on. So it's like a composite
On
team.
that note, may I respectfully ask the NBI to shake a leg and make sure that we catch some crooks here? Otherwise, you're planning more speculation. You don't want PhilHealth to have a bad name. It's developing like that. I don't want our investigations to lalabas masama yung PhilHealth na mamaya ayaw na magbayad ng premium ng tao. So, kailangan meron kayong mahuli.
Aside from the first case...
Apart from WellMed, meron ba kayong iniimbestiga?
Yes, sir.
Oh, marami.
And the second case is about the accreditation, and we still have a lot of number of cases. In fact, it is not only the anti-graft division, we tap also the anti-fraud division and even the Office of the Deputy Director for Regional Operation Services.
As part of our oversight here, can I ask the NBI to brief the Committee on Justice and the Blue Ribbon Committee on the progress of every case that you're going to file?
Yes, sir.
As part of our oversight committee, may I ask Dick Morales to tell us what actions you're taking by way of making sure that you have a daily monitoring, cumulative service, computerizing all the things that you want to find out on the performance of every region?
Yes, sir.
So, I can tell you, we can meet again in 3 months just to find out the performance, and we will try to make sure that the gauges or the desk, we can find out kung ano dapat natin makita. And we'd like to see na dapat the amount of money that is being given to you is well spent. We cannot afford na malulugi kayo. All right? Go ahead, Mr. Commissioner, Chairman.
Yes. And then there's also a special audit that will be conducted on yung remittances po. There are several issues relating to that with the accredited collecting agents. And then I was looking at some figures earlier. There are some regions na mas malaki talaga yung nababayad ng benefits kaysa nakokollect ng premium.
Yeah.
And of course, what we want to look at also, and this is related dun sa actuarial, is ano yung expectation nila in terms of how much should have been collected as against what is actually collected. Kasi makikita natin kung talaga may efficiency issue or underperformance.
It's like a roving corruption machine. Pag nahuli dito, lilipat dito, papalitan yung cataract, papalitan ng pneumonia, papalitan ng pregnancy. Yun dapat ang aalagaan ni Dick Morales ngayon. Titingnan niya yan, di ba? So, wala talaga makikita niya kung talagang may nagbabantay. At gano'n rin sa mga medical profession, Hindi naman lahat yan demonyo at marami rin naman anghel dyan, pero dapat talaga mahuli yung mga tao dyan. Di ba? Anything else, sir?
You mentioned earlier the use of the case rate system, so we're hoping to do a performance audit to look at it, to see, what are the efficiencies, effectiveness, and the economies.
Just the case rate system,
Yes.
depending on
We won't recommend what to use. That's, I think, a policy decision. But we can provide data on how it's operated so far. Because I myself have heard anecdotal stories about medyo nakahatian dun sa difference and all that. And in some cases naman, mas malaki naman talaga yung actual. But that's something we want to look at on a factual level to see efficient ba, effective, and that should help PhilHealth make a decision whether to continue case rate or do something else.
By the way, I would like the NBI to look at both cases. Yung case ni Dr. Goseng Fiao and the case of Sucor. Right?
Sir, yes, sir.
And give us a report on your investigation.
Okay.
Moment, please. Would I be on the right path on that one para at least meron nangyayari?
Yes, sir. I will.
Para at least out of this hearing, we will get a determination kung sino ang mga guilty parties, kung meron man.
Yes, I would agree with you, sir.
Yes. Anything else?
Yeah, lastly, they mentioned the, I think you call it Midas? Yeah, we also have a counterpart system, and in fact, nung si President Roy pa yung nandun, we talked about that, to link our two systems. It's that system that was able to provide that report kay Senator Lacson that he was reading from earlier. So if we're able to really connect the systems and provide similar data, we'd be able to confirm some of the deaths, things they're able to spot in terms of like statistical anomalies, yung spikes and all that. Mukhang magagawa natin. And we can counter-check their data. So,
I think you're doing that right now, di ba? You're in the process of doing that right now. Para maging just in time, on time, all the time. Lalo na yung mga deaths, yung mga palagi nagkakaroon ng sakit na hindi ka nakahalata naman yan eh. Alright?
Yes, sir. Yes, I would like to add something, sir. Regarding ho dun sa mga incidents, ito, barya-barya lang po yung mga kwan po. Pero yung sa Midas po, nakikita natin talagang marami yung mahuhuli dito.
Maraming?
Mahuhuli. At kailangan po namin ng tao on the ground para ho makagather pa ng evidences. Then we may prosecute this.
Without casting aspersion on anybody, I take that in good kwan, no? But without casting aspersion on anybody here, I don't agree that somebody should stay 23 years in one region. I think to prevent collusion or familiarity with each other, there should be a policy made that they can be shifted. Nobody has a franchise on one position. That's why that it will be one of our recommendations. I don't want to go anymore into other things because mahaba yan eh. At pag naghukay kami, madalo kayo mauto-trouble dyan, isa-isay natin yan. I don't want to make idle threats, but I think the NBI can handle that if they want to. Kasi dito, kung gusto natin, may mangyayari, may mangyayari. Yes,
If possible, Mr. Chairman and the Committee of Blue Ribbon, kung pwede po malaman namin as a provider of funds to PhilHealth, kung saan po naka-invest yung mga sinasabi nilang magandang investment. Kasi po hindi namin nalaman yan where it was invested in several hearings sa Kongreso.
well, that is something that every citizen should know. And I think you do have a website, don't you? Sir?
Website.
You have a website, right?
Yes, sir, we have a website.
Pwede ba dyan ipakita kung saan
But it
napupunta
does
yun?
not reveal our investment portfolio, Your Honor.
You cannot?
I would need board approval to review that.
Okay, all right. But I think that would be a good policy para makita kung talagang tama yung ginagawa niyong investment. I would favor that. Mas transparent yan. And it's not because of the doctors, but to make sure that we know right away. It will make everybody walk carefully. Yes, Mr. Del Rosario.
I just want to put on record, Mr. Chair, that The Internal Legal Department of PhilHealth Central Office has filed 15 criminal complaints na rin. So, yung sa regions naman po, in fairness to our regions, marami pong regions natin na wala pong abogado. But the good news is the GCG, through the chair, DAPIN, has approved hiring of additional 5 lawyer positions.
Does it have to wait for a blue ribbon investigation for you to act on something that you need? Kung kailangan ng abogado para mahuhuli yan, ba't di kayo manghingi? So every year there is a budget deliberation. If you need more positions, then tell us.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
You know, you don't look good at the expense of the Senate, because you are the ones. You have to fight for your, Dick Morales should fight for his agency. Alright? Tapos sisisihin niya kami, wala kami abogado. Kasi hoda kayo may gawa niyan. Kung kailangan nyo ng abogado, dapat magkaroon kayo ng abogado. Alright? Yes. Mga Mr. Mahawak, I'm giving you white girt because sabi mo, nakawawa ka. Sige, salita ka.
I just want also to put on record, Mr. Chair, that our legal sector has actually recommended to Region 7 PhilHealth the filing of appropriate case against the persons responsible for the falsification of the document in perpetual succor. So we await now the action by Region 7 on this recommendation by the legal sector.
So there was falsification there by the hospital?
By the persons responsible, by the personnel of the perpetual succor, Mr. Chair.
Personnel?
Of perpetual succor.
Paano kung dalawang kama lang ang issue dyan? Dalawang pasyente?
No, sir. The perpetual succor staff responsible for the falsification of the document. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Pero in confinement ata, 1 day lang yung isa.
Isa po, 1 day.
Yan mamamatay na ng cancer, di ba?
Extended period of confinement.
Sorry?
Yung isa po ang pasyente, 1 day extension. Yung isa po is 8 days extension.
8 days. Hindi malulugi yung period doon. Pero kung talaga may falsification, filean nyo.
Meron na pong recommendation ng ang legal sector.
Falsification?
Against not the patients,
not the patient, but the
staff of perpetual.
But in-extend niya yung time ba?
For furnishing false information, Mr. Chair. Because under PhilHealth Circular 14, series of 2010, PhilHealth will only pay for the room and board from the date of admission to the date of order of discharge by the doctor.
Right.
And therefore, the hospital shall not include the dates from the date the discharge order is given to the actual discharge by the patient.
Have you ever been in a hospital? Have you ever run a hospital?
Fortunately, I have not been hospitalized.
I have. And I see it every day in my job, my hourly job that I'm not paid. Minsan talaga, you need plenty of compassion. So pag kami 1 day, 2 days, kaya kami, we don't wait to be called. We just tutulong kami kung makakatulong. Alright? So, if you want to do that, make sure that you pass it on to the NBI and file the necessary falsification charges. Kung wala naman don't make it look like you're doing a job. What I want to see is if somebody is not filing cases when he should be filing cases, if you can see that they're not performing to par, you act. Lipat ka agad dyan. Investigasyon ka agad dyan, non-performing yan. Doon ang gusto natin because eto, extraordinary diligence ang gusto kong mangyari dyan sa and I'm sure every senator here will want that because pinaghirapan namin yan. It costs us political capital. Magtatax tayo ng tao para magkaroon ng insurance. Hindi naman naiintindihan ng tao na yung tax din ipupunta sa insurance. At magbabayad pa sila. Yes, last question.
Just to answer Dr. Rustico Jimenez about the investment, there's a committee of investment chaired by the ex-officio of the Department of Finance, and the last one is Sharon Almanza, and also from GSIS, and also a member, because previously I was a member. The point, sir, is that it's transparent, and these are handled by competent financial persons.
Well, Dick Morales said yes, go to the board. All right, so let's go to the board and do it right. Now, I'm not going to charge you attorney's fees for the soccer case, but I would advise you to tell your lawyers to go back to the Court of Appeals and make the information, or go to the Supreme Court and inform them that this has happened. And a compromise agreement kayo. I think they will give you a white swap. All right? Yes, Mr. Belica.
Sir,
Commissioner Belico of the Presidential Anti-Corruption Commission. Thank you.
Maraming salamat po, sir. Sir, we've heard a lot today, and we just like to manifest that the Commission will conduct its own investigation. Doon naman po sa amin, substantial evidence lang eh.
Yeah.
Pwede na magsibak. And moving forward, sir, I think after what we've heard today, a change from the inside will be very, very difficult. Ang kinakailangan po natin dito, sir, is really reform coming from the outside. Dahil it's really hard to say if anybody really knows how things run in PhilHealth after hearing all the justifications. Masyado po ang concentration ng powers. Sila nang pa-process, sila rin ang magre-release, sila rin mag-adjudicate. So, yung sistema, sir, talaga is what's killing us, and that's where we have to go.
That is something that the Congress can do something about. We can fine-tune the powers, clarify, define the powers very well, para there's no
yes, sir.
run around.
More than that, sir, I think yung PhilHealth board mismo, sir, kaya na nilang gawin yan eh, on their own, while proposing legislation na kailangan nila sa Congress.
That's true. They can repair themselves if they want to.
And
But if they don't do it, then we'll have to do it, di ba?
Yes, sir. Ang nasabi ko lang, sa amin naman, substantial evidence lang. Hindi naman kailangan marami, isa lang pwede na, sir.
Yeah.
And we will be, sir, I just like to manifest that when we do our investigation, we will be merciless to the corrupt and really just allow the axe to fall wherever it should fall. Maraming salamat po.
Good, thank you. I just want to, this is just, there's a finding by COA here, because siguro that triggered the question of Mr. Jimenez, that COA findings PhilHealth invested in common stocks. RA 10606 limits the investments to be made in preferred stocks. So only, and that it can be clarified. Can we be, is that true? Did you invest in common stocks?
Good evening, Mr. Senator. Right now, ang ating investment ay nasa government securities and nasa...
You don't have to tell me, delineate. I'm just saying, did you invest in common stocks or should you be investing only in preferred stocks?
Nasa preferred stocks, nasa corporate fund tayo ngayon. Yung sa common stocks, last time, Senator, na terminated na through our local fund managers. Terminated na yun based on the recommendation of our COA.
So, sumunod na kayo sa COA. Is that true, Mr. Chairman? Please be brief because I'm really trying to catch after our own shadow here because we still have one more investigation here.
Your Honor, we have a finding...
Identify yourself, please, first. I can't see your name now. Para for the record.
Rinaldo Darang. Attorney Rinaldo Darang.
Okay.
We have a finding in our 2018 annual audit report on the investment of corporate bonds amounting to 14.3 billion. And there were two findings. Hindi pa rin.
What is your comment on the preferred stock? Sinabi nila they already stopped the operation the moment they said that COA called their attention to it and it's all preferred stocks now. Is that correct, sir? Mr. Limshanko?
Sir, ang sinasabi ko kanina, ang local fund managers natin for the common stocks ay terminated na based on the recommendation ng ating COA.
So wala na po. Answer yes or no.
Wala na po.
Wala na. Sige.
Your Honor, we have no recommendation para ibenta yung common stock.
You have a finding that they're still investing in common stock?
There is. Meron sila, sir.
I think ang there's a difference in timeline. Kasi lumabas na yung recommendation, I think they sold it, pero hindi pa nila na ikita na nabenta na. So they haven't, because it's a cycle, diba?
Yeah, of course. Tapos na ba yung cycle?
Your Honor,
Terminated na.
June 2017, terminated na po yung ating common
Meron ba sa
stock.
2018, 2019?
Wala na po.
So wala na talaga?
Wala na.
So,
Dahil nga po dun sa recommendation of the COA, PhilHealth
ano po natin? Ayan, sinabi niya na sa'yo. Pag nakita mo na meron pa, you come back here, they're liable for perjury or false testimony.
We will have to verify yung nabenta na common stock.
So I will actually recognize.
I don't know if I am ending it on a light note, but I'd like to ask Dr. Gosing Piao. You're under oath, and I just would like to find out from you to confirm lang or deny itong report na na-receive ko. Ang kiniklaim nyo, 73 million. Nagbayad kayo kay Ed Asosyon ng 7.3, 10%.
Hindi siya nagbayad. Hindi siya pumayag eh.
Anyway, Mr. Chairman, tatanungin ko lang kung confirm or deny. Nagbayad ka ng 7.3 million, pero nakuha nyo 38 million, kaya galit na galit kayo.
Sir, hindi po.
Yun lang.
Bago yan ha.
Alin po, sir.
Pati kami niloloko nyo na ata nito ha.
Hindi, sir. Yung isa kasi, 73 yun, pero before pa kami nag-usap.
Kasi ang kaso yata ni Dr. David, sa cataract yun naka-record, pero removal of warts lang yung kanyang ginagawa.
Wow!
Parang
Hindi po ganun, sir.
Yun lang naman information, kaya
If I may, sir, para I need to clarify that kasi kawawa
si
naman po
Secretary
ako
Duque, mukhang may alam din eh.
Sir, actually po, full service po kasi kami. So we do cataracts, we also do wart removal.
We don't do circumcision.
Ay, hindi po. Layo na po yung sa mata.
You're beginning to be ridiculous to me. Ay, doctor ka eh. We were doing warts. Kina-charge mo ba yung warts removal sa PhilHealth?
Yes, sir. It's covered po siya. Covered siya ng PhilHealth.
Baka kaya hinabol lang Philippine Ophthalmology.
Ay, hindi po. Yung...
Answer the question of, I think that's very pertinent. Nagagalit ka because the charge was 73.
Hindi po.
Let me finish. 73 million ang charge mo. Nagbayad ka na 7 million, ang bumalik sa 38 million, may sukli ka pa, hindi mo pa nakukuha. Tama ba yun o hindi?
So, two parts yung question mo eh. Kung nagagalit ako dahil kulang yung binayad sa akin.
Tinatanong ko, nagagalit ka, tinatanong ko, nagbayad ka ba? Nabayaran ba ng 7 million yung nanghingi sa'yo?
Yes, sir.
Nagbayad? Kanina sabi mo, hindi ah.
Hindi, sabi ko, iba yung tanong niya, sir, kanina. Sir, pwede pakiulit.
Teka muna, balik
clarify.
Nakasingil ba kayo ng 38 million?
Yes, sir.
Oh. Ang sinisingil nyo, 73 million?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Nagbigay ka ng 10%, 7.3, pero 38 lang ang dumating, kaya galit na galit kayo.
Ay, yun po yung tinatanong niya kanina. Ang sagot ko po doon, negative. Hindi po.
Ang hindi lang tama doon, yung nagalit kayo. Pero
hindi
yung
po.
nakasingil ng 38, tama. At
nakasingil kasi kami nun, before that pa. Before kami nag-usap ni...
So, sinisingil mo, umabot ang 38 million.
Hindi po.
Nabayaran.
Opo, pero before pa yun nung nag-usap.
I don't care if it's before. Nakasingil ka ng 38 million before.
Yes, sir.
Now, yung sinasabi natin ngayon, sinasabi na sa reduction, naniningil ka ng 73 million. Tama? Nabayaran na yung 38 million. Hindi kasama sa 73 million yan. Tama ba yan?
Pardon, pakiulit na nawala po ako eh.
Nabayaran ka ng 38 million.
Yes, sir.
Magkano siningin mo originally para malinaw? Doon sa 38 million?
73 po.
73. So may balance ka pa, hindi nasingil. Pero nagbayad ka na ng 7 million na hinihingi.
After po nga yun nung nagsingil. Kasi po,
7.3 million.
Yung timeline eh. Yung sinasabi nga yung timeline eh.
Hindi ba, I don't care about the timeline. You know what you just did? Bribery!
So hindi po, extortion po yun. Talagang inipit po nila ako.
Kaya the facts are correct, di ba? The facts are correct that I presented, no?
Ay hindi ho, malala ho yung timing eh. Yung sinasabi ko
Hindi,
nga po
timing.
sa'yo eh.
Wala mo sinasabing timing. Sinisingil ninyo, 73 million. Nagbayad kayo ng 10%, 7.3 million. Ang nabayad sa inyo, 38 million. Yun ang facts. Wala na yung
Hindi po
timing.
yun yung fact. Ang fact po kasi doon, bago sumisingil ako ng 73, before that, as nabayaran ako dahil nag-usap na kami ni... Hindi po.
Sino ka nakausap mo?
Si OIC Aristoza before that.
Sino?
Aristoza po. Siya po yung...
Aristoza?
Siya po yung CEO at the time. Kasi naman po illegal nga po yung ginawa sa akin. Hindi po. Nag-usap kami kasi nga, alam naman niya mali yung ginawa sa akin eh. Ngayon po, nag-partial payment siya, tapos wala na, tapos kinasuhan na nila ako. Tapos doon lumapit sa akin yung si Attorney Asuncion, doon na siya lumapit na yung ang initial nga na usapan na ang initial na hiningi niya was 2 million lang.
Be that as it may, one question.
Yes,
Did
sir.
you give 7.3 million and change, more or less? 7.3 million.
Yes, sir.
You gave it to whom?
Yeah, sir, may dumaan po kasi ang lumalapit sa akin po, ibang tao po.
I ask you, you gave it to whom?
To Attorney Aldon.
Magkasama yan eh. Magkabarkada yun. Si Asuncion.
Ayun po.
Ano you answer in your own words?
Hindi na po kasasabi ko lang po.
Look,
Aldon po.
I do not find this amusing at all.
Neither do I po.
Oh, well, do not argue with me.
Sir, not.
I'm telling you, just answer the damn question. You gave 7.3 million to Asuncion, correct?
Sir,
Yes or no?
Sir, I gave it to Aldon.
Aldon.
Yes, sir.
Who is Aldon? Bago na naman yan. Aldon Richard?
No, sir.
Ha?
Sir,
Aldon yun eh. Tinaturuan ako ni Senator Lacson, nakakapanood pa siya kung di na nakakapanood. Ano? Sino yung Aldon na yan?
sir, siya po yung naging intermediary.
Walang family name yan? Family name niya Aldon.
So, yun na po yung family name.
Intermediary. Alright, the chair directs the NBI to investigate this case. Hukayin nyo yan, tingnan nyo kung anong liability ng mga taong ito. We're not gonna fool around here. Don't mess with us. I mean, I want cooperation here. I mean, you're not forthright. I will direct the NBI and give us a report within a week to find out, a week from now, to find out whether the case has moved. All right?
Noted, sir.
All right. Yes, Janet, Garin.
Sir, thank you, Mr. Chair. Doon lang po sa ward removal case, for the information of this August body, nung pong ako'y naupo sa PhilHealth, together with Secretary Duque, nung makita nga po namin yung ward removal na yan, agad po namin tinanggal sa board. And this is one area where PhilHealth is being depleted. Kung sino po yung nasa poder, pwedeng magpresenta ng packages na hindi naman kailangan. And I believe that should also be amended.
That's another area that we can
Yes, sir.
amend. Okay.
Yes, sir. So ward removal should not be included in health insurances.
All right. I was going to ask you a question. I will no longer ask you a question. You've charmed yourself right now. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, dalawa na kayo sa PACC.
Additional information, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to inform the committee that
Mr. Luna is the name of
former President Ferrer, Board Director Salvador, and former Acting President De La Serna, including Division Chief Granali of Region 8, have voluntarily submitted themselves to lifestyle check by the Presidential Anti-Corruption Commission.
Voluntarily submitted themselves. Well, let me just say this. Now, I was surprised because 1 year lang si Dr. Ferrer. I'm not saying I even asked him here. I'm very transparent. I asked him, kaupo nyo lang. Alam ko, malapit kayo kay President Duterte. Nilagay kayo dyan. Ba't kayo tatanggalin kung wala kayong kasalanan? Because the President probably reacts to the brouhaha that always occurs para wala na masabi ang tao, tinanggal na kayo. Are you guilty of anything that should prompt the President to take you out? All of you, sabay-sabay? Do not shake your head.
Yeah, we're not guilty of anything, sir.
That's why you submitted yourself to...
Yes.
All right, very good. All right, thank you. Anything else?
Sir, we would like to tell you that we even delivered good numbers to the PhilHealth with that net income of 11.6 and with a turnaround time of 17 days. And all of this because of our work. We work diligently on PhilHealth.
All right. Without adjourning, I will merely suspend it because I'm going to wait for other reports from NBI and from recommendations from Dick Morales, the president of PhilHealth, as to what kind of improvements you're going to make prior to my submission of a report, our submission of a report on what we're going to do with PhilHealth. But rest assured, I'm telling you, this is not the last time we're going to do PhilHealth. PhilHealth is too important a cause, too important an agency of the government to be left alone by itself. Because if we leave it alone, then mawawala ang tulong sa tao. On that note, I would like to thank you all. I'd like to thank our colleagues here. I think the Senate does its job very well, and we could use more cooperation. Thank you all very much, and we will announce the next meeting at the proper time. Thank you all very much. Session is suspended.
Hindi ko masasabi sa inyo pa. Hindi ko masasabi sa inyo.